Good morning, everyone. I'm Devika.
And I'm Sharma.
On behalf of XLRI Jamshedpur, it gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to ReEnvision 5.0, our flagship digital transformation conclave. Today is not just about discussing artificial intelligence. It is about exploring one of the defining questions of our generation. How do humans and AI create value together?
Over the course of today, we'll hear from some of India's foremost technology leaders who are shaping digital transformation across industries, from banking and logistics to healthcare, consulting, and education. With over 12 distinguished CXOs, 3 thought-provoking panel discussions, and 118 bright student participants, today promises insightful conversations, meaningful discussions, and practical perspectives on the future of work and technology.
The theme for this year's conclave, Human-AI Synergy, reminds us that while AI continues to redefine possibilities, the real differentiator remains human judgment, creativity, ethics, and leadership. Today, we'll explore that balance together.
As in tradition, we today begin our proceedings with the lighting of the lamp. We request our esteemed guests, Father Sebastian George, Professor Kanagraj sir, and the panelists to please join us on stage to light the lamp.
Thank you. We now invite Father George, an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur, who brings over 14 years of experience in management education and has served the Saviour's fraternity for many years in various capacities. It has been a journey marked by honesty, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to XLRI's vision and goals. We request him to address the gathering with a few words and mark the formal commencement of the event.
Good morning to you all. Special welcome to our guest speakers. Your presence is most welcome, and we are sure that your interaction with our students will enrich their own experience and knowledge, and especially motivate them in the line to pursue it in the line of technology and digital transformation. Darwin said once, right? A very famous quotation. It is not the most intelligent. It is not the most powerful. It is not most ruthless species which survive. It is the only species which adapts to the environment that survives and succeeds. And today's environment, it is digital. That's the reason new courses are being introduced, and you are forced to attend extra 120 hours, right? So don't become sad and overburdened. That is the only reason is, see, 15 years back we were saying digital is coming, it is digital like booth or like now it has already come. It is already within us, and companies are very clear. We don't want a manpower or woman power without digital knowledge. They should know sufficient, because they say, yeah, human will be replaced. Human will be replaced by human who knows AI. So it's a question of that you equip yourself on digital understanding and knowledge. I wish you all the best, Professor Kanaraj, for organizing, and his team for organizing this event and bringing great industrial leaders to be among us to share their experiences and knowledge. And once again, I thank you all and all the best. Have a wonderful time.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. I'd also like to welcome Professor Kanagraj, convener of Placements BM HRM GM, who brings over 2 decades of expertise in academics and has led corporate training programs for names like Tata Steel, L&T, ONGC, and SAIL. Please give a round of applause for sir. Yes, sir, please.
Good morning. As Father said, corporates are transforming to digital, and we are aware of it. And for quite some time, we have been training our students how to work in a workplace which is digitized. And several of these students, right, about more than 60% of them have worked in consulting firms where they themselves were part of a lot of digital transformation projects, and they have been working with different technology platforms and so on. So given this background, we try and create as many engagements as possible for them to have an experience of technology and management together. And though as a school we are known for teaching functional subjects in management, they have understood that they also need to have a lot of technology awareness. So to bring in this technology awareness, we did a lot of tweaking in whatever we do. So admissions to classroom engagements to additional trainings to the way how the courses, typical courses are delivered. We try bringing technology content to it. So as a part of this initiative, this cohort goes through about 3-4 technology related conclaves where we get industry experts and ask them to come and talk to them and discuss with them so that they understand where the business are going towards and what are the emerging technologies getting used in the business. So as a part of that, we have one conclave on digital transformation, and we would do one on consulting, again consulting where there is an interface of business as well as technology. Then we have another conclave on product management where we are going to get a lot of product management leaders to come and interact with them. We have one event on AI, exclusively AI, and how AI is disrupting the market and the business, and bringing awareness how these guys can leverage AI when it comes for business decision making and so on. So in this, given these changes and disruptions what we see in the market, we want them to know more about the interface of technology and business. And I hope that they will learn a lot from the industry leaders what we have brought in. And the stories and the cases what you share with them, use cases what you share with them, has to enlighten them. And they are really smart students, and I hope that they will engage you well during this whole day of interaction. And thank you so much in making efforts for coming. I know that it's not easy to spare a weekend for an event like this. I appreciate that you have spared your time for us, and you have spared your time to be with young minds. And I hope that your stay will be comfortable here, and we will be able to impress you enough. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kankaraj. I would now like to welcome, thank you everyone. I would now like to take a moment to introduce our esteemed panelists for the day. May I now invite Father George to come forward and welcome our panelists and present them with a bouquet. We begin with Mr. Jens Vergis, the Global Chief Information Officer at Blackboard. Next, we welcome Mr. Sandeep Devangan, President and Group CIO at Safe Express Limited.
And joining us as well is Ms. Bhargavi Sankara, Chief Information Officer at Barclays India Private Limited. Please welcome Mr. Vipin Chawla, Director of Technology and Chief Technology Officer at Antara Senior Care.
Joining him is Mr. Hardik Sanghavi, Chief Technology Officer, Institutional Broking at IIFL Capital Services Limited. Next, we welcome Mr. Nisar Jha, Leader for Innovation and Gen AI at Kimberly-Clark.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Kankaraj to please come forward and welcome our next panelist.
We are now joined by Mr. Anil Nama, Chief Information Officer at Controllers Data Centers Limited. Next, we have Mr. Shanod Chandrot, Group Chief Digital and Information Officer at Jubilant Bharatiya Group.
We also have Ms. Ishita Dey, General Manager and Chief Information Security Officer at Diageo India Private Limited.
Next, we have Mr. Dandapani Shanmugam, Principal Engineer for GCP AI at Google Cloud. He's yet to come. Next, we welcome Mr. Sri Parthasarathi, Founder and Chief Revenue Officer at Metavish.
And rounding off our panel is Mr. Amol Deshpande, Group Chief Digital Officer and Head of Innovation at RBG Group. Thank you, sir. With that, I once again welcome all our esteemed panelists, and we shall now proceed to our first session of the day.
To begin the day, we invite our first panel of distinguished leaders who will discuss one of the most exciting developments in artificial intelligence, co-pilot to autopilot, the rise of agentic AI. As AI systems evolve from assisting humans to acting autonomously, organizations face both unprecedented opportunities and new responsibilities. Let us welcome our esteemed panelists.
He has spent his career leading enterprise-scale digital transformation, AI adoption, cross-cybersecurity, cloud modernization, steering organizations through complex post-merger integrations, and operating model overhauls. His focus, using technology to drive organizational agility and human productivity in an AI-disrupted world. Please welcome the Global Chief Information Officer at Blackboard, James Burgess.
Over 30 years at the intersection of technology and business, he has been a defining force in modernizing India's logistics and supply chain landscape. Leading enterprise technology, cloud modernization, cybersecurity, and data platforms at scale. Please welcome the President and Group CIO at Safe Express, Sandeep Devangan.
From American Express to Amazon, Microsoft, EY, and BNY Mellon, she has spent 25 plus years building engineering-first cultures at some of the world's biggest names. Since July 2024, she has led large-scale transformation spanning innovation, automation, and infrastructure modernization. Please welcome the Chief Information Officer at Barclays India Private Limited, Bhargavi Sangha.
From shaping emerging technology strategy at Philips to driving digital initiatives at Olam that touched farmers and communities across the globe, his career has proven that technology, done right, creates impact far beyond the boardroom. Today, he brings AI, data, automation, and cybersecurity together as one unified force. Please welcome the Group Chief Digital and Information Officer at Jubilant Bharatiya Group, Shanoj Chandrot.
With nearly 2 decades at the intersection of finance and technology, he architects the capital market, infrastructure, and algorithmic trading platforms that power institutional trading across Indian markets. He is also a passionate AI and data analytics enthusiast, tracking how intelligent systems are reshaping financial decision-making. Please welcome the CTO, Institutional Broking at IIFL Capital Services, Hardik Sanghavi.
Moderating today's panel is Mr. Hardik Dhawan. Hardik brings 5 years of experience in the fintech sector, where he has led technology delivery and quality engineering initiatives for global financial institutions. He has a keen interest in the intersection of technology, business strategy, and AI. Please welcome Hardik Dhawan. A warm round of applause as I welcome all our distinguished panelists on the stage.
Thank you so much, Devika, for that warm introduction. A very good morning to everyone. A very good morning to one and all. It's an honor to moderate today's discussion as we explore one of the most significant technological shifts of our time. For the last few years, AI has largely played the role of a co-pilot, helpful, responsive, but always looking for a human to ask the next question or approve the next step. But that's changing fast now. We're entering an era of agentic AI, where systems don't just assist with tasks, but independently plan, decide, and execute them, chaining actions together to achieve a goal with little to no hand-holding. And to unpack this, we have a stellar panelists joining us today, each one bringing a distinct vantage point shaped by the industry they operate in. Naturally, this brings up hard questions around trust, accountability, and control. How much autonomy is too much, and who's responsible when an autonomous agent goes wrong? But that's exactly why we're here today. So let's dive in. My first question would be for all of you, Sir and Ma'am. Agentic AI is already moving from pilot projects to production systems across industries. Across your organizations, where have AI agents already moved from assisting employees to actually owning decisions? and how fast do you see the transition accelerating?
Good morning, and it is wonderful to be here this morning. Thank you all for this opportunity. So I come from a pure SaaS company. So we do learning management system for higher education institutions like XLRI. So to your question, I think it's not a yes and no answer, it is more nuanced. Depends on the industry, depends on the problem you are trying to solve. Even within an organization, in our own organization, the adoption is at different maturity levels, depends on who you're talking to. For example, we have adopted the AI for especially Microsoft and Anthropic technologies for coding a couple of years back, and we are in a very mature state when it comes to the coding and development. But there are other areas which is still far behind, like for example finance or HR. We haven't really done as much adoption. So the way I see it, it is all about how do you really trust AI, right? I mean, for example, marketing, we have significant adoption of AI technologies because the risk of something goes wrong is less compared to adoption of the technology in financial field. So that's why I think it's not a yes or no answer, but it's evolving. It depends on the industry and the business case you are trying to solve with.
Thank you so much. So I started my career as a developer. So let me just give you an example of something that happened like maybe 2 weekends back. I was helping one of my friend's son do his homework, which was a data analytics assignment, right? So it started with, looked at the data set that was provided to him. It was 5,000 rupees, not too big. So I thought, like, let me just use Excel-based filters and stuff like that to analyze the data. Very quickly I realized I'm not as equipped in Excel. So the alternative could be I could use ChatGPT and understand how to use Excel better. But I'm a developer to begin with, and data analytics typically uses Python. So I started building a small script with pandas and NumPy, and the script was done and cleansed the data. But then again, to visualize it, to identify KPIs, I needed to do some more work. And then I paused to say, am I being AI native? And is there some other better way to do it? And in that process, I downloaded anti-gravity, and then the whole thing was done, including downloading of anti-gravity within 10 minutes. Yeah. And then there was a problem as I was reviewing the HTML. Again, my usual developer mind was, should I debug by myself, or should I again give another prompt to fix the problem? And I said, let me step back and I fix the problem, right? Using prompt. So bottom line is, it almost feels akin to driving, right? So when I first started driving way back, I was driving with Ambassador, manual gears, hand gears, and a lot of pressing clutch, and made you feel very strong and energetic. Moved to automatic transmission, it felt like a little less of driving. Self-driven cars, no driving, right? As a society, we are empowering people who couldn't earlier go by themselves as elderly, now to be able to commute from place to place without having to rely on someone else. And younger kids who want to go to another place, easier commute. So as a society, AI is shaping us really well, helping us to derive better benefits. In the process though, there is that, now where do I use, I actually felt dumber when I was using anti-gravity, right? When I used Python, I felt much more smarter. But when I was using anti-gravity, I felt like an idiot actually. And so I was thinking, how do I change my brain now? Like, where do I shift my intellectual curiosity? And so therefore, then I said, okay, now I think my brain will be used as I'm defining problems that I need AI to use. Yeah. And so the problem definition is where my head would be rather expanded than solving the problem in itself. But even that, if you have recently seen Anthropic comment that prompts also will not be required anymore. Prompts will also be written for you. So I think it will be always continual shifting of where do you use your human brain for as the AI keeps disrupting. Coming back to work, like I said, I've been in software development. I'm currently a CIO for Barclays in India. So every scenario, whether it's greenfield development or brownfield development, it starts with a stochastic approach, more deterministic approach, and as we feel confidence in the decision making, we start moving more towards the stochastic ability, right? And everything is built on agentic crews, the orchestration. Earlier we built our own internal crews, which we called as bar crews. And now, we are using ADK 2.0. But bottom line is, everything starts with figuring out what can you start trusting agents with, and as your confidence keeps going, you start shifting to end-to-end decision making. So we are using it in software development. We are also using in customer-facing conversations in some scenarios. But where we are not allowing at this point is, for instance, making a decision on whether or not to approve a loan or not, where there is a human empathy that is required.
Thank you. I think that was a great setting. Good morning. Very happy to be with you today. I come from an organization which is very physical in nature, Safe Express, which is a leading transportation organization. And to simply say, imagine the entire Indian Railway, if it had to run on road, it would be called as Safe Express. We have a very large fleet, about 15,000 trucks, 24/7 plying. About 750 to 800 different booking and delivery centers across country, and nearly 100 very large logistics parks. And we work with about 5,000 companies in India, picking products from their manufacturing centers, taking to their entire distribution supply chain till the retail store. So whenever you go to any shopping mall and look at any store, any product, those products would have moved by a company like us, all on surface mostly. That being said, it's an extremely data-centric organization because everything is digital. There's no pen and paper. Every truck has GPS, every parcel has QR code, every driver is carrying a mobile device. So that makes it very data-centric physical operation that needs to be run. This also means there are hundreds of decisions that are being taken every minute. Somebody is deciding based on certain observations or facts or data which is streaming in from telemetry or from customer priorities or warehouse stock status, etc. This makes it like a gold mine to get into algorithmic intelligence of variety, and that's what we've been doing for the last several years. So the focus for us has evolved from doing simple business rules to optimization algorithms to machine learning models to computer vision based sensing, monitoring and interpretations, etc. And focus mostly has been on how do we make transportation operations more efficient, more measurable and more intelligent. The other areas are of course around customer interactions or customer service, which is kind of following once we prove things and get confidence in operations, which is very much internal. Then we are moving on to do experimentation and gradually progress for more customer interactions. The third big area that we have really adopted significantly is our own internal technology teams. So, and we are a very large software product organization as well. Everything that we use is actually designed, developed, maintained by our own tech and IT team. The entire software development life cycle is where we are using the Gen AI very, very significantly, right from writing the requirements to drawing the what is called as user interface wireframes, and from wireframes creating the code for the front end itself is being done through using these AI engines. The entire code review is a natural process that someone should get into, and that's what we are doing. Test automation, it's impossible to do 100% all use cases or scenarios for testing. So that's being done again. Generating the test automation scripts by automatically reading the business requirements, which are actually put in certain repository, generating the scripts, doing the test, and giving the sign-offs, or recording what has gone wrong in the testing as videos and snippets, etc. So very much internal usage heavily for a lot of varieties. But these are the kind of areas that we focused on, being an organization of the nature that we are.
Good morning. Good morning, all. It's always great to be back in campuses. It's a pleasure to be here. Now, coming back to the question, Hardik, interesting one, because I'm sure, as everyone said, we are all in a different level of maturity, and I represent a conglomerate with multiple businesses as well. And if you look at, for example, in Foodworks, which is the Domino's brand, we are into B2C, right? So that we have a great opportunity. We have our own platform that manages the apps and all. So where we have integrated, chat and basically customer service and all. And if I look at, for example, Pharmova, which is basically our pharmaceutical vertical with global operations, and that is a completely different dynamics, right? Because it's about life science, pharmacy, FDA audits, and so that we have to be much more careful. And we have a business like in Conclave, which is specialty chemical, where we have been quite advanced in the manufacturing, where one of us that has been accredited with the WA of Lighthouse projects and all, so where we could introduce many of these technologies quite fast. So, this journey started with operational efficiencies, productivity initially, and definitely, I was looking at setting up a sort of a framework for the group. But each of the business, right, within the conglomerate, their own business nuances, their own interests, and of course, it's very important to have CEOs and business heads also aligned to some of these, push that we do. So they need to understand the value. So I see, of course, CEOs at different maturity, and that helps us to really bring many of the solution as well. So as we speak, of course, we, as a part of a journey, we enabled Copilot, ChatGPTs, and OpenAI, and then Cloud, everything, based on request, and we started showing, what achieved. And then, of course, we moved on to setting up, multi-LLM framework, especially from a governance standpoint, cost standpoint, to build a platform across the organization. And then we also moved to, agentic, basically workflow-enabled agents. 3 of them went live in the last 2 months, basically. Still, it's not completely autonomous, and I think it will take some time, but a human in the loop. But definitely, helping us to drive clear productivity, saving especially a lot of manual entries that is happening, dealing with multi-languages, for example. So with, by looking through a Cloud, for example, we are able to, get those data very clearly and then directly into SAP or a CRM system. So, if I look at, for me, especially, governance, security, control, these guardrails are also quite important. And of course, I'm sure very much for many of us, things are changing quite fast as well, right? Whatever architecture that we decide, it used to be at least architecture holds for 5 years or 3 years, but this is now every 2 months, 3 months, things are changing. Okay, so that's a bit of a opportunity, and of course a dilemma as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. So I'm from a financial service firm who offers access to Indian markets to both clients from India and globally. both individuals as well as institutions. We help into investment banking and managing wealth for our clients. So our primary systems, apart from the base ERP, finance services and all that, the core of our is the trading systems. So trading systems is the backbone of how we execute client orders and pass it on to the exchanges. And a front end layer to it has like large scale mobile apps, websites through which our clients can access our services. So traditionally, and plus the other part is the algorithmic trading, which enables the execution at the back end for large institutional orders. So traditionally, we have been using ML to into our algorithms for data analytics to get insights from all the data and all. But with this Gen AI coming in, it's primarily been on the operation side, so to enhance the operations of the back office, then assisting a research analyst in their research work so that we can educate our clients into what's happening in India and around the companies. Then it's into it's helping us to discover more and more from the unstructured data. That is what I would put in. So earlier traditional ML was all about structured data, but now this Gen AI stuff is helping us to get more and more insights from the unstructured data, which was earlier not the case. So yeah, we're progressing in that part, and more use cases are evolving around that.
So that's a lot of different AI use cases across multiple industries. So let's dig a little deeper today. So my first question for you, Mr. Jones. You've built a global CIO career spanning several waves of technology change. But as AI shifts from assisting professionals to individually executing tasks now, how have you kept up?
I don't know whether I can say that AI is, at least in my context, executing tasks autonomously. So we are still in the mode where it is assistive, and in some ways it's kind of partial automation or partial autonomy. So we are not yet there where it is like autonomously executing tasks, making decisions. So how do we cope up with the evolution? Obviously, you start hearing about AI more often, probably in 2022, 2023, when OpenAI released ChatGPT and the phone was on. So we were one of the early adopters to jump in. I think we adopted the Microsoft Copilot back in 2023. And we've been on that platform for about 3 years now. And I think we could be one of the beta customers as well. And then from a development standpoint, we started using Microsoft Copilot. So the way we manage to evolve is not just by getting tools. It is also about thinking about how do you work differently with the AI tools, right? So, for example, a developer, a kind of a traditional base developer, right, who has maybe 10, 15 years of experience at a staff or a principal level, may not really be the best AI-enabled developer. So there is conscious efforts in changing the way our business thinks. So it is not just about let's get Copilot and we will gain like 20% efficiency in coding. Of course, yes, but that's not the end game. The end game is how do you make the business trust AI, right? I think that is one of the points which I saw. Ms. Bhargavi talked about autonomous vehicles, right, where you can carry elderly people and children underage. So, for example, I'm sure that you've heard about the company called Waymo in US, and I think it is operating in probably half a dozen cities in US. So, what if you really think about Waymo, I think it started probably 10-15 years, started operating autonomously maybe like 5-6 years back. Probably done hundreds of millions of miles. So behind all what Waymo is doing, it's all AI. Right? So it's all about how do you trust a car without a driver. So the general model is what you hear about frontier model, whether it is Anthropic or Microsoft or OpenAI. So they are good for general purpose tasks, and when you think about AI, it goes far beyond what you touch and feel every day because of all the push from these big frontier companies. So for example, Waymo, I'm sure that they would have trained their models on very proprietary edge cases for probably, I don't know, millions of hours, right? Spending maybe billions of dollars in compute. And that's why I think, the statistics says that there are 92% lesser chance of a Waymo car getting into an accident than a human-driven one. So it's all about, how do you get to that trust? And I think I spoke about how do you think about having a protection where you are confident that it's doing the right things for our customers. So, and we are trying to make sure that it is not, our business is not just trying to use AI to automate existing workflows, but we are thinking about how do you think about doing business differently since we have AI at our disposal. So we are in the early stages. I don't really think we've figured out, I don't really think anyone has figured out how exactly this is all going to work, but I think we are moving in the right direction.
Absolutely, sir. So one major takeaway that we all have here is staying relevant in this at this time is less about running after every new tool, but building a judgment of which one to use and how to use it.
I think it is less about the tool. I think I hear that a lot, right? Is cloud good or OpenAI models are better? So I think you should stop thinking about what model you use, what tool you use. It's all about what is the outcome you want to achieve. First, I think I would ask probably 3 questions. Can AI do this? Should AI do this? If AI does that, who's going to be responsible? Right? So you think about AI adoption in these 3 questions, right? I think there is technology. Don't worry about the technology, don't worry about the tool. Like Mr. Bhargavi said, we can really make tools within like minutes. We can make software within minutes. So start thinking about tools, think about what you're trying to solve.
Understood. So let's turn now to someone who was building intelligent systems even before AI was even fashionable. Mr. Sandeep, you were building AI adjacent technology even before it was fashionable to call it AI. With that inventor's lens, what part of today's agentic AI is actually new tech and what part is old tech just in new dress?
So I would say AI as such is not new. Even 25 years ago, we were using what is foundational and today called as part of AI, but was known as artificial neural networks at that time. Image processing, signal processing, pattern recognition, statistical classifiers, all these, I think everyone who has worked in that era, even 25 years ago, I used to. However, they were not as easy to design and develop. They were not having capabilities to know too much about the context, or if the context used to change, it would miserably fail without saying anything. So what has really changed is these intelligent engines have built or developed capabilities to be more aware of dynamic context around them, have become more multimodal in nature, so to speak, uh, and in moderate cases, one could very rapidly get to not just understand and recommend, but also potentially allow the solutions to take actions. And then learnability is another big ability that has come in. So AI as such has remained with us for a long time, the individual building blocks, but as an ensemble and autonomous, I think is the key, I would say, which has really evolved. And we are seeing it across all our individual experiences and scope of work. These are fundamentally the big uh, changes or transformation in the ability. So it's quite easy to now access, easy to implement. One has to think about the solution or the problem that you're trying to address. And tools are numerous. Tools are kind of almost in back end now. One has to think about the business objective and apply what is right and rightly fits in. I think this is fundamental shift, but that's a very powerful evolution that has happened.
So a lot of what's happening or marketed today as a new AI tech is just more faster and more knowledgeable way to solve the problem more efficiently.
That's right. That's right.
So let's now shift to a perspective on inclusion and leadership. Ms. Bhargavi, for everyone here, you launched DigiGirls at Microsoft and mentioned women engineers and mentored women engineers at Amazon long before diversity became a boardroom concern. In an AI first workplace, what would you specifically tell the women MBAs in this?
So, being inclusive, I wouldn't say that to only women in the room, but I would say it to everyone here. Long back, not really long back, but when I was working at Amex, head of risk, his name was Chin Kaur. He was a black belt in Taekwondo, one of the top 5 in the world in Taekwondo. Fantastic guy with very intellectual insights. He said this, be an arrow, don't box yourself. With AI, that's an option now, very easily available to most. Let me explain what I mean. If you were to introduce yourself for a job, what would you call if you're a developer? Would you call yourself a back-end developer or a front-end developer or full-stack developer? Or would you call I'm a universal builder? With AI, I can call myself a universal builder. What's the difference between a universal builder and a universal developer? Let me explain that a minute more. So universal builder is somebody who can both ideate, build and ship, whereas universal developer can only build. So if I understand the domain in which I'm operating, be it in shipping, be it in banking, be it in insurance, whatever domain I'm operating in, if I understand my domain, I know what new product can be marketed. I can ideate upon it, I can create a prototype for it, a Figma or whatever else. And I can actually immediately convert it into shippable code that I can ship and test it with customers, right? So this whole concept of what we used to call in Amazon as pizza teams is now significantly moving towards a single person feature team because I can do end-to-end, right? So this is only when you're applying it to software development. Now, I, as Bhargavi Sundara, is it good enough for me to aspire to become a universal builder, or can I be more? So what can I be more, right? There is a new video, if you want to search, you should be able to look at, called a founder mode on cancer. This is one of the founders, I don't know if it's OpenAI founder, he was diagnosed with cancer. And he researched what kind of drug combinations can work for him. He came up with the entire procedure. He just validated with the doctor, but he went ahead with his own approach, including identify new drugs that he wanted to use for himself, and he's surviving. He's doing very well, right? So I could potentially be an oncologist, I could potentially be a whatever else I want to be, right? So AI in that way has been both humbling and what I call magnifying. Humbling in the sense I was a very smart ass developer, which I cannot claim anymore because anybody who knows how to use these tools can become that. At the same time, I've become far more exploratory because my knowledge doesn't have to be limited to one field, right? I have a friend of mine who has just returned from Florida after several years of practicing as internal medicine. He is getting into green energy, so he's doing some solar energy projects. When he was trying to review his contract that he needed to do with some of the third parties, he had given it to his lawyers, his contractors, and he has given it to AI. AI found far more inputs to him than anybody else. So my whole point is this is now an opportunity for all of you to become that arrow and not box yourself to say, I am, a developer, or I am, don't limit yourself, yeah? Don't just limit yourself. I think that's what I would leave you with.
That's a good takeaway to take from here. Become an arrow and do not limit yourself to the box. Let's move on to an organization balancing several different business models. Mr. Shanoj, Jubilant spans pharmaceuticals, food services, and aviation, each with a very different operating model. Can agentic AI become one common enterprise capable across several different models, or will every business need its own AI model?
Yeah, I think I was just wondering as well. So definitely each business has its own nuances, opportunities, and outcomes that they expect. So in that way, it needs to be very much connected to the business model. And so if I look at, it can be a common platform. So definitely we look at as in how can we integrate everything into a common framework, giving best of opportunities to the businesses. And also making it controlled, secure as well. So that tech platform can be similar or unique, but definitely it need to be tailored to different business cases. Even if you look at how supply chain works in pharmaceuticals, so even pharmaceutical, we have 5 businesses, and one is now nuclear medicine, and that is quite different from CMO, for example. Same thing. If you look at supply chain in specialty chemical, is quite different from B2C as well. So though we call it under the umbrella of supply chain, there are nuances to that whole thing. So if I look at what we're doing currently is to looking at identifying these cohorts or functional experts in across the organization. Though it could be HR, for example, is pretty similar, but if you look at manufacturing, it is different. Supply chain is different. Finance is similar. So identify those functions, enable them with, train them with AI and opportunities, showcase what is possible, and then create that cohort and empower them with technology. So that's what we are trying to do currently, as I said, but with a common technical framework. So technology is not in, it's quite easy to set up basically, and I of course, like what the panel said as well. So we come across discussions around OpenAI or Anthropic, Gemini, or so there is always a discussion around it, because also there are vendors who keep pushing their technologies to us as well. So it's not about which LLMs, it's all about how do we test the ground, how do we make the outcome repetitive and and impactful. So that's what we keep looking at, and of course it doesn't have to be a huge investment anymore. But what we also see is that some of the decisions that we make can scale into multiple from a cost standpoint also big investment. So we have to be careful in that how we can keep it nimble. But indeed, technology is not a barrier anymore.
So a common foundation just tailored to the edges.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So let's close this round with a view from financial markets, where the tolerance in error is razor thin. Mr. Hardik, in financial markets, even a small error can carry significant consequences. How do you build confidence in AI agents making high-stake decisions while keeping accountability?
See, we always talk about trust in AI whenever we talk about like deploying more and more agents and all that. But the bigger problem to solve is like whether the output that comes from AI is verifiable at each stage or not, because that will make it more efficient. We have seen this journey before in terms of algorithmic trading. So earlier, traders were hesitant to use algorithmic trading for large institutional orders because they were like, okay, what if something goes wrong? What if we lose money on that and all that? So it was not that algos became more and more smarter and that is the reason why they started using it, but it's more to do with the controls that we build around the algo system. So it's like continuous monitoring, you have a proper audit trail at the back end, you have the guardrails set in terms of okay, the risk limits at and various checks introduced by regulation as well, so that it becomes easier to adopt. So traders started getting more and more confidence on the algorithms as and when we put in more and more guardrails around it, so that it became more inclusive in the overall ecosystem. Now, coming back to AI, it's always around like who is responsible if something goes wrong. The accountability part that you are referring to. So see, currently also if my order management system, anything goes wrong or algorithm goes wrong, it's always humans that are responsible because it's the humans that have built in and we forgot to put some guardrail around it and that is why something got wrong. So there are checks and balances at every step, right from ideation to deployment to its day-to-day usage, that we keep on monitoring it, that okay, where did we miss and what went wrong when there is an error. So similarly for AI agents as well, this is very much true, right? At every right from the ideation of an AI agent till the time we deploy and when it's used on a day-to-day basis, there have to be checks and balances. So like what I would say an approach would be like to start with a low-risk decisions. So deploy agents where not much autonomy or it's like less riskier decisions to be taken. Then have the explainability angle into place, like it has a very good audit trail in terms of why it took the decision, on what basis, what were the parameters configured at that time. Next is the human in the loop aspect, like an agent should be designed in such a way that it should be like it knows when to take help of a human. So that will help further saying that okay, if the agent is not clear about the decision that it's taking, then it's the human that it is escalating to, and then slowly continuous monitoring definitely, and then the progressive autonomy. So that way decisions can be done. So this is how algorithmic trading was evolved, wherein we started automating few things, and then there was more and more automation that kept, and now the algorithms are more intelligent than they were a few decades ago. So I think that's how, and definitely in the final aspect on the accountability is like only we can delegate authority to an AI agent, but accountability still remains with the human.
For the most part of it, yes. Absolutely. So I believe not every business function is equally ready to be handed over an AI agent to work with. I'd like to hear all of your opinions on if you had to hand over just one business function and AI agent tomorrow, which one would it be and why would you start from there?
Okay, I'll go first here. See, all good things are pretty standard. So what I would really look for is handling exceptions. In case of us, for example, if a truck which is carrying some priority shipments, and if that truck is getting delayed, I would really want the agent, which is the AI agent, to identify what all will get impacted. Are there possibilities to reroute, change the route of this truck, and if that has to happen, which warehouse should it lead to, and change the priorities within that warehouse for getting this priority dock assignment for unloading, intimate the customers if possible, and continuously monitor. So the disruption or exception is what I would really go after if that is the choice to be made.
I'm just looking at the audience. I'm feeling very sad right now because they had to wake up early in the morning to listen to all of this, and I don't think they care anymore about how I'm going to do agentic in my own world. But like the only thing I wanted to say was like just evaluate for yourself what percentage of your daily life have you changed as a result of AI usage. I think that's where you should begin. I'm sure for your assignments you are doing it, but for everything else also, take a look at, like if I'm, like I gave you that first example, like if I could do the same thing with faster, can I do it? Then I can get to sleep more or enjoy more, right? I feel like all of them are sleep deprived right now. But like getting back to the specific question on software development which I predominantly focus on, I think, what's your name again? Yeah, he was alluding to it. Like, it's not like you just leave it to one agent, right? So it's a bunch of agents that are orchestrated. And so there is the concept of Ralph loop. I'm sure some of you would have heard about it. Ralph loop basically uses a lot of agents to finish a task till it is executed to perfection, right? So you can go through a lot of judges in the model, and you can choose how much do you want to optimize for. So any outcome can be today done with agents as long as you orchestrate it and you can decide upon, how many more do you want to invest, how much more tokens do you want to use. But when it comes to software development, what we have been commercially able to do, which is delivering us a lot of value, is a concept called spec-driven development. Some of you might have used it. Basically, the spec has all the guardrails, the skills that it is going to use. It's all written in Markdown file, and then agents basically use it to generate the code. And to going back to code reviews, testing, everything gets automatically generated, including identifying what security thresholds do you want to have. So all the code goes through the vulnerability remediations and everything else. All of it is completely orchestrated end to end, all the way from ideation. So it's not like earlier I used to do, okay, now I have a product requirements document, how do I make it into Jira stories? It's not like one task at a time, everything can be orchestrated end to end. Yeah. So a lot of teams, that's how we are doing.
Yeah, I think that's a great insight. So, where do I start when I think about AI adoption? I think there is a little bit misconception about automation versus AI. So, because there are a lot of companies say AI-based automation, right? Automation is mostly deterministic. If I do this one, this is going to be the output. So it's always very rigid. In case of, I think, that's what we spoke about. This is like stacking of agents, is what you are referring to. So I think that is really where AI is going to be transforming businesses, because think about, what all you do. I'm not really suggesting, I'm sure that Dean Sir is here, so we would really want to hear that. But think about, rather than you just spending hours with a bunch of smart students last night until like 1 o'clock talking about how their day in XLRI is. They work almost like 20 hours every day, which is not going to be very different when you go into industry. But think about a scenario where you can create agents and you finish your work at 8 o'clock and there is agents working for you while you're sleeping, right? So, and I don't really recommend any of you guys do that. It's illegal. But more serious note, when you think about this in the context of industry or enterprise, this is exactly where the value will come So for example, and I think I spoke about marketing. I would probably start with marketing because obviously the information what you are trying to provide out in the market is already available, publicly available. The risk of you leaking some data is like very minimal. So you can really have, as Ms. Bhargavi said, you can stack the agents. It can hand over one task from one agent, right, to the other one. So it is, you don't think about this as automation, right? So these agents are looking at dynamic situations, dynamic data, making decisions on the fly with a smaller group of it, right? So, and again, there is a lot of concern about, oh, okay, I think you are not in general tolerant to AI making mistakes, but you are tolerant to humans making mistakes because of the factor of accountability. But I expect there is going to be a time when we are not going to be thinking about too much about AI. I think, AI made that mistake and we should really stop using AI. So I think AI is going to evolve towards a stage where in several use cases, the room for error is going to be negligent and you can confidently use that. And again, depends on the industry use case you are using that. But I just said marketing could be a good start, right? I'm sure that you are all management students and marketing is part of what you're trying to do. And in your projects and in your assignment, think about a problem you can solve using AI, though you are not developers. I think as Bhargavi spoke about being a universal builder. So there are people who came from engineering background, I mean there are people from finance background. So you are not limited by what your undergrad was anymore. So you can develop agents just by yourself, right, without having knowledge of software development. So you just need to be clear about what is your problem, what is the outcome you are looking at, and what are the guardrails. So saying that again, so what is the problem you are trying to solve? Guardrails is a very important thing. As far as you can really clearly articulate these two things, I'm sure that you are going to be a lot more successful. So I encourage all of you to take this as a challenge and try to create as part of your academia or your own personal interest, try to solve a problem, a fictitious problem, maybe in marketing and create some tools.
Actually, if I may add just one more thing, because you were saying, I just remembered. So I used to have a developer, very strong developer, and in Amazon. So I was talking to him at the beginning of this year. So my curiosity was like, see, I was also a very fast developer. I could think in C++. I didn't need to have a human language to decide what I was going to code and then start coding. And so I was thinking, how did he change his habits to start using AI? Because if I compare within my Amazon cohort that used to work for me, the other developers what used to take like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, this guy used to do within a day. And so I was thinking, why would he go to AI? Or how was he changing his habit? And so when I was having that conversation, what he said is, because Amazon is always focused on customer, they're always trying to optimize cost. Being frugal was one of the leadership principles. So as they were able to do more and more with AI, the work has been getting shifted to India more and more. So he's having to onboard a lot more of the software from global teams. And so when he's having to do it, a lot of people who are leaving there, they don't have the knowledge to pass on to him. So he's using AI again to kind of come up to speed on that code base and fix the problems there and start using it. But all of that he's able to do within 2 hours in a day because he's really smart. And so the remaining time he's using to build his own business. And he shared it with him, confidence with me. When I was telling him why don't you join Barclays, he said, Barclays, this is the last job I'm doing. I'm going to be on my own in future. So just wanted to say that, again, that whole concept of, be an arrow and don't box yourself is all about determining, you were talking about a minute back, like, start solving problems, start building code or building products. Like every day, pick a new domain and think about how would you build software. And that's how you will become, and how do you market it, going back to marketing. Can every day start a new company, who is stopping you? Every day start a new company, make it a weekly target, if not a daily target. You can start and you can take it to production, right? And you can start seeing how the customer, then you don't need a corporate job anymore. Anyways, corporate jobs will not be there. Not too many, but not too long. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
On that note, I think we're a little scared as well now, but let's open the audience, let's open the ground floor audience to ask any questions if you have.
Hey everyone, I'm Harishwar. I have around 3.5 years work experience in procurement consulting. My question is for you, Ms. Margavi. Barclays basically works in the most regulated environment there is. And if you're going to start adopting AI and all of its autonomous decisions, and the decisions are pretty opaque, how do you see that affecting your implementation or your level of implementation of AI?
I think I did mention it earlier also in the very first statement. First of all, we are not exploring, we are already using AI. We are also already using agentic AI in several different places, including customer conversations as well. So going back to regulatory and how are we coping with it. So that's where wherever there is direct human impact or social impact, those are the decisions, we are not leaving it to AI. As an example, like a loan approval or loan rejection or some of those, there we are not taking agentic. Yeah? But all the other scenarios, like for instance, software development, as long as I have all the guardrails and evidencing, also you can have a separate pipeline, and those you are in software development, you'll understand, like GitLab pipelines, right? So you'll have one pipeline for human development, another for agentic development. So you can always track it back to where the code got originated from. And going back to accountability always resides with human, this gentleman mentioned it, right? So that's again the same thing, right? So you, at the end of the day, you will know which pipeline is triggering what, and you have enough, there's a concept of compounded engineering as well, that what I have noticed is, like, let's say I started with, let's say, a market research assistant persona, agentic persona that I have used. And I would have started with initial rack with a limited amount of knowledge. But as I keep getting better at it, like keep further training it, that becomes like more composite of all the institutional knowledge that I have within 3-4 of us, as an example, right? So in fact, actually it's working towards our advantage, so there's no reason not to use it. Only thing is, the more critical decisions where there is a human involvement is required, those there is no way we are getting them.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? We have one here.
See, they really need coffee. They're not able to do that.
Yeah, hello everyone. I am Yash and I have a total of 5.5 years of experience in product delivery. So I have this one generic question. Like, since the rise of the AI, a lot of individuals' problem-solving skills have been reduced. Like, even for writing a mail, we don't use our brains. We just go to ChatGPT or Claude and we just frame that email and then we send it. So how do you think, like, how can we use AI for improving our problem-solving skills, like rather than directly jumping to AI?
Mic is close to me, so I'll take a stab at it. I really don't think that we can. It's actually counterintuitive, right? Your question already tells that we cannot improve, right? If I'm going to use AI to define my own problems, then where is my intellect coming anymore, right? So I think there's no way getting away from it, right? Unfortunate truth is that if I think about when I started my schooling and all, the way I used to do math problems, how much I used to use my brain, and as my kids started growing up, and how soon they started using calculators. When I started programming, initially I used to have to do memory management, connection pooling. There was so much that I had to use my brain. Every level of language abstraction kept taking it away from me, and I felt less and less intellectual, right? I think people will become dumber for sure. And that's why everybody says with AI now you get to do painting and other creative stuff. I don't know how much can we really safeguard our generation in that sense. So I'm really at a loss for myself, because the only way I keep thinking is, okay, where am I using my brain now? Okay, now I'm going to write newer problems that I'm going to solve. So I know that build has improved. I want to focus on ideate phase. I want to define that problem. So that's how I'm keeping myself occupied. But there will be a point where there will be a lot less for us to do. Simple.
See, this is where our quotient of curiosity and learning agility, I think these are two fundamental tenets as human beings that must remain with us. And we should treat the intelligent systems as enablers and keep finding the next targets. That's the only way. Even at work, amongst all of us, there is so much disruption of conventional norms, conventional roles, that for every role, more or more is being taken away and taken over by the intelligent engines, that there is much less left to humans. And we are rethinking almost every role now. And along with that also comes, so what is the value add this individual will do if 30% of his or her work, which is transactional in nature, is by default being taken over by somebody, and in no time it will become much higher in percentage. So evolving ourselves onto the newer role definitions, completely accepting the reality that we will have digital co-workers, the agents as co-workers, agents as teammates, is absolute fact even of today. Okay, so managers are already thinking the team as virtual digital team members and physical team members as combinations, and what can one do more with has to be the objective. Otherwise, one can always see it negatively and be at loss of where do I navigate myself towards. So this is a given, it's already in here, and we have to learn how to cope with it, and more important, how to lead in this era of AI predominance in almost every facet of our personal as well as work life. We have to evolve and we have to really lead. You wanted to?
Yeah, interesting question actually. It's a little difficult also, but on a different note, for example, I see some of the emails that I get nowadays are all polished English, and instead of 1 or 2 lines, or it's like descriptive 3-4 paras. And I was looking at what happens to my organization, right? And each of the mail, or it's just scaling the time we spend. Of course, then people use summarize button and click. That's what summarize. So where are we going in that way? So that's one part. Sometimes I get photo meeting approvals and says enabled by Copilot. I still don't know whether that I make it or not. And it has happened that I said, because he was trying something, and then so I was jokingly saying that, well, I got an acceptance, but then he said it was my settings that I did. But things are evolving. Same thing if I look at Mahavir was mentioning about creative part. Even that's also getting impacted. Just a week back, I see some design from my UX team, and I said, okay, can we run it on OpenAI? In fact, the output that we got was much better compared to what we saw in the UX side. So that's also another thing. I recently was in a session where many of the ads that you see already in YouTube is being done by virtual characters, voice agents. You see, in fact, with banking, especially in HR, for example, or customer service, almost very high maturity in that way as well. In fact, there was a very interesting, I think it was around 3 months back, CEO was having his leadership meeting, and they came across an interesting business case or a problem, and then CEO said, okay, I want to also, because he's quite, advanced with OpenAI and ChatGPT as well, so he said, let me share the screen and let's start doing it. Within 30 minutes, he got, with the team, step by step, that he iterated, he got into an output where a consulting company would have taken 2 months with a big cost. Okay, so that raises a lot of questions to all of us as well, basically, right? And so it is evolving, and I think there is no one answer as such, but it is impactful. And from a tech perspective as well, I was saying about architectures, for example, same thing, business. But yeah, there are definitely opportunities, interesting times.
So just to add to all this, I would say, see, asking the right questions to the answer is more important now. So see, earlier finding answers was a problem. Now answers is just a prompt. Like you just put a right prompt and you'll get the right answer. But then asking intelligent questions, challenging what the output comes in. So yesterday I think I was talking to someone and they say that if we do our assignments using AI, then there's a plagiarism check that comes into picture and all that. But if you get the answer in a very short time, which we used to spend like hours to get earlier, and then challenge and build up more and more scenarios and have a more comprehensive work delivered, then that will definitely add up to the overall value of your assignment rather than just saying that, okay, we are going to be dumb after using more and more. So it's how you leverage the technology.
So I don't think you should really think about this as the end of the world, right? I mean, be positive, first of all, right? And you're sitting in one of the most elite institutions of the world. At least you shouldn't be thinking about that. So I truly believe in unlimited human ingenuity. Because if you think about 50,000 years back, humans were thinking about, how to survive for the next day, right? How to hunt, and then they moved into how to farm, and then how do you put a roof above your head, right? There was problems, right? And it is not that 50,000 years back they started thinking about how to create wheat, right? Or how to create fire. So I truly believe that people are not going to be dumber. So the parts of brains which you haven't really used, you can use that, because otherwise, I don't really think, as I said, I think when we started the session, fathers talked about it is not the strongest who survive, it is the, I think he said brutal or ruthless. But I think as humans, we survive because we are, I think we are not ruthless, but in that context, but we are resilient, right? So we will find new problems to solve. So for example, I think this question was asked to Elon Musk, and he said, I think probably like 25 years back or 30 years back, nobody talked about settlement in Mars, right? Now there is some level of certainty that yes, humans will settle in Mars. So the problems which you think you are born to solve may not be the problem which you will eventually end up solving. So don't be disappointed, be positive. I'm sure that there is going to be a future for all of us in this world.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So on that, we have
a very good morning, and thank you for all your answering all the queries. Just listening to everyone, there's one common point I could not fail to notice. I think the next big thing would be ideation, asking the right questions, and elevating over above what where we are already at, right? And I just wanted to understand at an organization level, and probably any of your thoughts on how are organizations probably enabling people to develop these right kind of skills that is needed for the next step. And as people, I think we are not directly trained on these kind of skills. It is probably inbuilt on. We learn it through different courses and try to build ourselves. But as an organization, how is things moving on that side? And if you could share any of your thoughts over this, thanks.
Thank you. I just finished my mid-year review with my manager. It was really good because of this one single point. Earlier we used to have technology learning challenge, and which we used to do like 3 months in a year. The beginning of this year, I told my leadership that, hey, if you are going to learn once in 3 months in a whole year, that's not going to help us as an organization. We need to have a culture of every month we're learning and we're building and we're doing things differently. So we have now monthly learning series, which is catered to all the job families in software development, and talk about what does the future role look like for you. So as an example, like we used to have business analysts, we still have some of them, but we are trying to gear them towards AI product management because they have the domain knowledge, and their knowledge with AI combined can make us to compress the I8 window. Actually, there is a concept called BMART, a breakthrough method of agile AI development. It is on GitHub if you want to search for it, where you can interact with several different agentic personas, a market research persona, a product manager persona, or a architect persona or UX persona, and you can train it on your own domain as well. And then you complete the whole ideation phase with 80% less time. And so this whole training is catered to not just taking their domain knowledge, but having them understand customer empathy and journey maps and all that. And in addition to that, building demand skills so that they can become a product manager. So every one of the job families that way, we are focused on showing what it means to be your future self, and how do you cope with continual learning, right? But unfortunate truth is, just like I saw a lot of you sleeping, so we also have like only 40% of the organization is continuously learning, however much we push. So there are still some more people that are trying to learn. So learning is continual. The second aspect is in a few teams, which we call as exemplar teams, we are experimenting with complete redesign of how we do software. So instead of previous product development lifecycle, we now have like compressed lifecycle. So that's where we are focusing on single person feature team as opposed to 3 people feature team. So everything is going through those kind of changes for the teams to adopt, and so whether they are in the bank or in somewhere else, they are completely ready for picking up the job.
I'll break this down more around how in our organization we are seeing and adapting to it. Being a very large transportation organization, we have 2 very clear categories of people amongst about 15,000 that we have. One big set of people are what we call as transaction workers. They are simply doing tasks. Everybody in field is literally into that kind of role play, and what we need to and have done is to digitally enable them with aids as apps for what they need to do, and the app is intelligent enough to tell them what they need to do next. And that's how we are focused on that kind of people set. And the other set of people is what we call as knowledge workers. Everyone who has to absorb something, decide based on what that role context is or department or function, context is we are giving them what we call as co-pilots, so that they have something which is more interactive, can understand and has been trained in their context. So the person is learning to use new age tools as assistants, augmenting their ability to comprehend beyond what human could have done. But these people have been in their respective roles for a good long time, for several years. So they are adopting it fast as something which is my assistant instead of somebody who will replace me. So they are not even thinking that these are going to take over any part of their roles. And that's how we have decided to do more as co-pilots. And for the real senior leaders and decision makers, we are actually giving them free hand to go subscribe to these different Gen AI platforms and experiment and figure out what works best in their respective roles and functions. Somebody in sales for large organizations, somebody in retail sales for small medium enterprises or individual consumers. These are two very different kind of role plays where digital has fundamentally different role or meaning. So using the Gen AI tools, we are actually making the leaders understand themselves and lead the experimentation and identification of what they want, how they want it to be implemented, and their tech and IT has taken a role more of enabler. We are supporting them as a role. Whereas within tech and IT, it's like I said earlier, for every role, whether it is the business analyst or the product manager, absolutely now their work, they are using it day in, day out to define and design which they would have otherwise taken a long time. Even our promoter for that example is savvy enough to not anymore look for a workshop to explain what he is looking as a business solution. He actually develops the prototype himself, including the wireframes and business logics, and gives to us, kind of challenging us, and that's what I am saying as disruption in our respective roles, and it's quite exciting as well as unnerving at the time. So this is how we have adopted in a large organization, playing it by different roles, making this as augmentation of individuals in their individual role performances, and enough room at the top tier of the organization for the business leaders to drive their own respective journeys, because it's very hard to do it like a very tight governance. It's impossible in that sense. No one knows what is best, so we are giving enough freedom right at the top level for every department to define and choose the path they want to, and support them in a way in their journey.
Maybe similar to that, what I just want to add is a little bit of a perspective. So I always believe the best of ideas, or ideas come bottom up. Best of ideas really come bottom up. And if we look at in our organization, and some of the factories are like 30-year-old, many of our employees have been there in the organization for a long time. So unlike many of the advanced tech companies or fintech companies, we have a different dynamics basically to handle, and in that way, it has been also, in fact, one of my teammates 6 months back, as part of his introduction, he went to one of the factories. There was a leadership team, introduction meeting, and then he gave a session around co-pilot, and then he was showing what is art of possible. In fact, the whole team was stunned, and he said, I said, we also time. Then they said basically, I have this issue on my on the floor. There is a manufacturer just team some machine, I'm getting this error. Can we look at it? And then he started searching that one. Then with the third prompt, it showed exactly what was the issue and how it need to be solved. The team and the person who asked, been working for 20 years basically, and he said he was stunned basically, saying that the system is showing him that the system that this is how you need to fix it basically. So and that's a revolution that's happening actually, and so what we're doing, building cohorts, getting all these SMEs, functional heads, and functional team. Doesn't have to be, when I asked for awards, in fact, I got a couple of directors and leadership members. I said, no, I would like to see the hands-on SMEs on the ground to create a team, and then we want to enable technology behind, and we have started that journey, and I'm sure it will come out with few, interesting cases basically. So again, one is about top-down, but it's becoming flat. In fact, so I think we just need to enable people with the tools, and then the mindset changes. The moment it changes, the transformation begins.
Just add one sentence. The harsh reality is that don't wait for your organization to train you. Otherwise, you might not have the opportunity to even get it. So,
we have one more question here.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I am Shruti Mehta, and I have 3.5 years of work experience as a software developer in Optum United Health Group. So I had two questions. First, that with the use of AI, so if something goes wrong, then how is the accountability managed at an organizational level? First this, and second that, so 5-10 years down the line, so what do you think would be one human skill that AI still wouldn't have touched in your industry?
What's funny is I was still reflecting upon your answer that humans are resilient and we'll figure out something else to do. Way back when I was at Amex, I built a bot which later on became a bot platform as well, which was serving digital workplace production incidents and fixing those incidents, right? And so at that time, this was a third generation bot which could resolve the incidents as well, not just answer the questions but resolve the incidents. So I was able to automate 70%. So basically 70% of the people that were doing those jobs were not required, literally. And so at that time I was thinking, I had that moment of what do I do with these people, right? Because they were like my kids' age. And so I basically had them, we used Apache Solar in building the bot. So as the bot expanded to newer domains like HR, finance and other domains, so these kids, if they were able to learn Apache Solar, I was using them for training the bot, right, with other domains. Now if they were not interested, at least because it was still not fully optimized, so they could become like domain specialists for those other roles where the human was still required. But that was a different era. There I was still programming for the bot. I still needed to do some bit, right? Now with autonomous AI, the learning is going so much more faster that the pace at which I'm going to train people is not going to be adequate. Going back to what you were saying, if you're waiting for the organization, you're totally screwed, right? But going back to how do we take accountability, I think we have answered that question in various modes already, right? So, like I used to fly gliders, machine gliders. I don't know how many of you know this. Like most of our pilots are not doing anything. It's always autopilot, right? Very rarely does a human step in something that can have a human life in their hands. We have done enough experiments that the level of errors is much, much lesser, right? So there is no reason for us to keep thinking about what's going to happen. As long as your guardrails are there, you have evidencing and you are able to tell, right? In fact, I'm seeing far fewer problems coming out of spec-driven development. But the thing is, it keeps changing. The ball keeps changing. So when we were talking about spec-driven development, specs were still being written by humans. And within this year, now I have auto-generation of specs. I don't even need a human to write specs anymore. Right? Like this is like beginning of the year, I was first starting to use AI. In a few months, I said I'm going to write specs which is going to use AI. And now I'm not even writing specs anymore. Right? So the problem is not so much as accuracy coming out of AI. problem is not even evidencing, because everything you can trace it back, right? And you can choose at what pace are you going to be completely autonomous, how much are you going to become deterministic, all of that's left to your discretion through the orchestration that you are creating for yourself, right? But the problem is constantly thinking about where do I shift my brain now? Yeah.
I'll just add, I think we should really stop thinking too much about accountability and responsibility. It is very important. I'm not really trying to underplay the importance of that. But have you heard about bugs? Who made bugs, right? Humans, right? When humans write code and there is bugs, okay, so end of the day, the impact is the same, outcome is the same, so the customer is suffering. I mean, there could be when you heard about the Boeing issue where it has a vertical stall, right? So I'm sure that it was before the AI. It is a human who wrote that, and I'm not really expert enough to analyze that problem, but yeah, I think that person was accountable, but it cost probably several hundreds of lives, right? So it is less about accountability, it is how do you really get a better outcome using whatever technology you have, right? And I think we spoke about how do we think about accountability. We as humans are still defining guardrails, right, of what outcome we are expecting. So you work with your guardrails, make sure that you are not missing the opportunity to use AI because you cannot really be like accountable for, okay, I mean, for example, if you're a software developer, as a person who is decided to use agents or agentic AI, I think that person is going to be accountable, but that's not really the point, right? The point is, what is the outcome you're expecting? How do you really give probably near perfect outcome rather than just kind of accountability is like pointing fingers at, yeah, I think you are the ones want to blame when something goes wrong. So how do we think about ensuring we go wrong in less number of instances?
I will add to that. See, there are two ways to look at every time we face such a topic, be generic or be specific. So verticalize is better. Be specific here on the context. In every organization or in every large use case, wherever we are thinking of a topic of this nature, there is enough maturity or understanding of the processes, enough maturity and enablement of tech and digital foundations that there is already something which is running as a software application with all kinds of business logics. Data is important. AI doesn't work in air. It needs to be given context through data most of the time. And data needs to be good for AI to give good interpretation. So break this down in a specific context. Every context is specific for that matter. And then this also goes to what we were talking as trust on the decisions being made or the autonomy being given. I think we have spoken about it. And hence, go through the gradual stages of maturity of AI initially being used to learn and give insights. From there, gradually to give proposals and human decides. Then from that stage to give autonomy for simpler and safer workflows. Something which is not going to be either touching the core of the business KPI or health or safety for that matter, etc. So gradually increase the level of trust on the AI-based solution by experiences or by experimenting, and when consistently it is outperforming what somebody else could have done humanly, is the stage where that particular topic or use case can be handed over to the intelligent or system-based solution. So I would rather break down every time we get into this conversation to make this more objective and be clear. Else we can always be going in simulations which are probably not going to help us. The fact is, this is real. I mean, there is no looking back. 40 years ago, software development or IT really started, about 40 years ago. At that time, very similar thinking. In next 3 to 4 years, everybody's job will be taken over by software and what will happen, etc. But this is 4 decades ago. Everyone has figured out way, newer roles have come, newer careers have come, and so it will continue to happen, I would say. So it's more our agility to continuously adapt and do the right thing at your right stage, but remain focused on context. I mean, never broad base this. Each one of you have your prior specializations. You will figure out the right roles that fits in the right nature of organizations. Every role is getting augmented through the intelligence system. So that's an enabler. It's not taking away anybody's role. It's only making the roles more powerful. Learn what you need to actually ride this horse. It's like the horse needs to learn how to work with the human. It's the same way we have to train this as well.
I'll add a few things. Basically, just like what you were saying, Sandeep. So, I think around 40 years back, I come from Kerala, so there is a lot of agitation around computerization, right? It's going to take the complete job out and all those things. And the government were not keen to push, but if you look at currently, everything is digitized and the role has improved, and basically, we see the internet, everything is easy, in fingertips. So I'm sure the same thing will happen here as well. The whole tools and technologies that will give us the whole intelligence, which will increase overall for us, and there will be new dynamics, new business models, new opportunities coming as well. So stay curious, and then also that's very important. And I also believe you need to have foundation in some of the topics as well, because you cannot just keep prompting. You need to understand what the prompt throws out as well. So the core remains, but it will definitely evolve. Okay.
I think we have one more question here. Or a couple of questions.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for taking the time to address all our queries. So I'm Nidhi. I've had around 3 years experience as a consultant in Microsoft in the Dynamics CRM domain. And I just wanted to ask, as leaders, how do you manage the expectations of customers? There are certain customers, due to the hype of AI, have exceeded expectations from it, while others have lots of apprehensions about the risks. Balancing those expectations, I'm sure, is difficult. So how do you guys go about it? Thank you.
Maybe I'll take that question. So, I was referring to the same. It's basically within our group, I have different businesses and almost 12 plus CEOs to handle as well. And each CEO's maturity also is different. So someone really keeps pushing us. And so I was, I think one of the sessions where we were kicking off a program, and then it's very important to kick off and it will, because we also require a lot of support from the businesses. So early in that discussion, I see that highly, technical questions started coming out from CEO side. And of course, then we all became alert, and of course we had to respond to these questions as well. And then I understood, of course, that he was basically putting the topic, prompting, and then seeing what are the questions, and then so that he also can get deeper. So he was also learning during the session, basically. So, and there are CEOs, and it's not like, I think everyone knows now there is a clear opportunity, but many times it's also about what investment they want to make and the return that they want to make as well. So each businesses comes into their own trajectory, and some of them are well matured, and they can, with a very, very strong EBITDA as well, so then they can take into next level of exploring. It's about the market growing phase, but definitely we see opportunities. So for me, of course, my businesses are my customers in that way. So it's both ways, and sometimes it is we get challenged for sure, and that's interesting case as well, because then there is a curiosity, there is a genuine interest. More importantly, there is a pull from the business, right? Because many times as an IT organization, our challenge has been that we build something and we start pushing to the businesses saying that, okay, try to use it, it's going to improve, or things, and then there's the curve, and then that just scales up. So if I look at, and currently that's not, I see that much more, it's much more easy to convince, and there is a clear interest from the organization to adopt.
Our view is, see, customers are not going to go to an organization just because they have the smartest AI. There are other parameters which equally play a role. So for example, say we develop a bot which gives you the best advice. But then there are other parameters also, how well I execute, how well it connects to a portfolio, how do I do post-servicing about your portfolio. So multiple parameters matter. This can only be like an differentiating point, saying that, okay, X firm has it, Y doesn't have it, so okay, I should start my servicing with this. But then later on there are other parameters to be judged, and definitely what has been built over a period of time, like how good data you have, what's your institutional knowledge, operations, risk controls, and the trust for the organization, definitely that's going to play a role.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Karthik said. I don't really think, at least in my experience, there is no demand from the customer. Oh, now we have AI and I would really have a different expectation. That's definitely not happening yet. But in certain industries, there is skepticism about, how do you use AI, and that's why most of the companies are announcing their AI trust programs and things like that. But there is other side of it, right? So what's happening in the industry, or especially in private firms, is the boardroom is always talking about AI and how do we use AI to make this business better, more profitable, faster, creating the moat compared to your competitor. So that's really where the conversations are happening, not as much on the customer side.
I think two things, right? So consumer behavior is actually somewhat pushing corporate behavior. Consumers are becoming AI savvy, and they are used to using AI-driven capabilities and tools. So automatically the expectations are changing to what we provide as solution offerings. You might have come across a term called UI-less architecture, which is helping us to expose our capabilities through agent to agent, and also through various other devices that we want to offer the solutions through. However, in a large bank like us, when you work across different geographies and you have offerings from private banking and wealth management to investment banking to consumer banking, there are this spectrum. So you always have to support both the really cutting edge as well as real paper-based solutions still, right? So that's where, given the ability to build faster has been helpful for us to introduce newer capabilities through the different channels that we need to provide the service.
This reference to customer is pretty interesting, because there are so many mutual pairings that do happen. For the roles that I think most of us are playing, internal customers are also far many. The overall business sponsors, the vertical business heads, they are always consciously looking at having the right business solutions. And you mentioned absolutely. Now the ability to make and deliver those business solutions which are absolutely fitting the objective and also in much shorter time span as compared to previous is now really possible. Okay, so accelerating making of business solutions is a big positive. There is also a interesting disruption of expectations, meaning now the stakeholder on the other side is also very knowledgeable or can become enough knowledgeable on that subject of conversations within a matter of time. So the conversations become far more effective in very short time. So there is no more convince the business head about what you are trying to make versus what he or she needs. The convergence happens much faster now. There is also a third very big element which is now a definite part that we need to be familiar with. Every software product or software platform, OEMs as we call them, for them it is almost near mandatory to have a big capability box within their code which is around these new age AI and Gen AI. So much so that their core business logics of whatever, whether it is an ERP or CRM, etc., the core business logics are going more as a back-end capability, and the one which is taking all the limelight from people like us who are looking at making the business solutions is what all do you have as Gen AI, what all integrations can you do with every other system now which was not possible earlier, etc. So much larger abilities around technical integration of these platforms and much easier making of business solutions having generative AI, etc., so that we can integrate. So somewhere their roles as the products that they had for last few decades versus what their products need to be now absolutely and mandatorily coming with as generative AI rich and very competitive to each other. Every data platform is now no more what you call as data warehouse or data lake. It has to become a data science platform where solutions can be made, not just bringing in data. So nobody is looking at the roles or identities of those platforms earlier. How close can it come to making the business solution is how the expectations from those software product companies also have evolved. So many of you come from organizations which were either making these platforms or implementing as SIs in different companies, or we're consuming this kind of solutions either by the software OEM or by the software implementation company as a consumer organization. Every role, every function today is touched by these digital platforms. Okay? So everywhere there is this notion of who is provider, who is consumer or customer of that provider, and how the expectation is shifting, and this is a constant across everywhere we are having this hearing now. So extremely important. The rules have changed. The way the convergence happens has to be much faster, and the abilities of people, abilities of the platforms, etc., are also now very significantly different in terms of capabilities plus the expectations there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As we wrap up today's discussion, there's one clear thing that came out that with the agentic AI rising now, only and only the organizations that maintain the balance between autonomy and what prompt engineering is will succeed in the next upcoming decade. A huge thank you to our panelists, Mr. Jin Varghese, Mr. Sandeep Javadar, Mr. Bhargavi Shankar, Mr. Shanoj Chandro, and thank you, Mr. Hardik Sandhu. Thank you for bringing the real world perspective to this conversation, and to all of you for engaging with us today. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for for sharing their thoughts on the evolution of agentic AI. And thank you, Hardik, for moderating the panel. We heard rich insights on the integration of AI in different industries, the transformation this has brought in, women in AI, financial markets, and most importantly, the importance of asking the right questions. I would like to now request Professor Kanakaraj to come forward and present a memento of appreciation to the panelists. First, let me welcome Mr. Jens Vergis. Now, I request Professor Kanakaraj sir to present a memento of appreciation to Sandeep Devangan. Now, I request Professor Kanakaraj sir to present the memento of appreciation to Bhargavi Sangara. Request Kanakaraj sir to present a memento of appreciation to Mr. Shanod Chandroth. Sir, to present a memento of appreciation to Hardik Sanghavi. Welcome back everyone. Let's dive right back in. Technology alone doesn't transform organizations, people do. Our second panel explores how leadership itself is evolving in an AI-first world. Please welcome our distinguished panelists.
He specializes in scaling GenAI and enterprise frameworks that bridge technical infrastructure with real business outcomes, and serves as a trusted strategic advisor to senior leadership, from omnichannel commerce to enterprise cloud architecture. Please welcome the leader for innovation and Gen AI at Kimberly-Clark, Nisarg Jha.
A veteran of the Indian Armed Forces with a background in computer science defense, he brought the same security-first rigor into the corporate world. For the past 17 years, he has helped shape one of India's most trusted names in data infrastructure, going from defending networks in uniform to architecting the digital backbones of Enterprise India. Please welcome the Chief Information Officer at Control S Data Centers, Anil Nama.
He believes real impact doesn't come from chasing the most advanced models, but from applying AI simply, cost-effectively, and in ways that deliver measurable outcomes, without ever losing sight of governance and human oversight. As Director of Technology and CTO at Antara Senior Care, part of the Max Group, he is helping teams move from static reports to faster, insight-led decisions on the ground. Please welcome Vipin Chawla.
With 18 years navigating cybersecurity, IT risk management, and data privacy across FMCG, banking, and IT services, she has led large-scale transformation programs and steered teams across multiple geographies. Please welcome the General Manager and CISO at Diageo India, Ms. Ishita De.
Moderating panel 2 is Nimish Batra, a management consultant with close to 4 years of experience at Deloitte, South Asia, where he has led engagement, spend strategy, digital transformation and change management for clients in Australia, Singapore and Europe. Having worked with 14 plus global clients, he brings a practitioner's lens to the intersection of AI and business leadership. Please give a warm round of applause for our esteemed panelists.
Thank you. Thank you, Shaima and Devika, for the lovely introduction. A very good morning to our industry leaders, faculty members, and my fellow batchmates joining us today. My name is Nimish, and it is my privilege to be moderating panel 2, Leadership in the Age of AI Disruption. The question today is no longer whether AI will reshape leadership. That conversation has largely moved on. That ship has sailed. The more important question is what it actually means to lead when technology is evolving faster than organizations, teams, and sometimes the leaders as well. Every leader on this stage has had to make a decision in an environment where there isn't always a proven playbook. And that's exactly what today's discussion is about. So welcoming each one of you to XLRI Jamshedpur and looking forward to having a lovely conversation here. Welcome again. So before we formally begin, how does it feel like coming back to the campus?
I was talking to someone last evening. I don't even remember when I was in our campus last time. It feels good. It feels like been missing a big part of my life. And I just went around the campus last evening and I could relate to my old days about 3.5 decades ago. So it's been a humbling experience.
Hi everyone. So it is wonderful to be back to campus. It is energizing. It is so refreshing to be with students. I got very less time to interact with most of the students because I arrived at 11 o'clock last night. So whatever time I got, like must have been just half an hour. I was listening to them and it brought back memories of college days. So it's been a wonderful experience so far.
So hi everyone. It is I can say out of the world experience campuses at my time and when I interacted with seniors, there's a different flavor. What I have experienced from yesterday to today, each of the people or representatives that I have met has a very definite idea. They are very clear on their objectives. They have a roadmap. At our time, we used to just finish the course and then search for the first roadmap. So that's one difference that I see in this generation. Second difference that I see in this generation, my experience from yesterday is, there is a lot more intelligence and informed information available at their fingertips. So it's not that, like me old guy, you have to refer notes. It's there in their persona. And they are able to articulate it quite very well. So kudos to this institute and kudos to each one of you.
Yeah, control C, control V, everything that they said, and on top of it, I think it feels more responsible, right, in terms of sharing the experiences, knowledge, and in terms of guiding and bridging, right, the next wave or set of people who would be in future taking over the things that we are working on, building on, and take it up to the next level, right? So it kinds of gives us the motivation, give me the motivation in particular, right? And like I said, do everything and say everything responsibly, because what we say might be taken up by another 120 in a different perspective, and it should be on the right direction is what I feel at this point.
Well, we're glad that all of you have been having a great experience. With that, I now formally open panel 2, Leadership in the Age of AI Disruption. Before we move forward, a quick note on the format. So we'll be taking a general question. Would request all the panelists to answer in about 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll deep dive when we're asking the individual questions. and as a lot of you had questions and wanted to ask in the middle as well, so this time we'll change the format a bit. We'll even take one or two questions from the audience while we're in the middle of the panel. So let's begin. The very first question to all our respected panel members. The dominant narrative in every boardroom currently, right now, it is that move faster on AI or lose to competitors who do. So as leaders, you are the ones who have to either say yes or no to that pressure. How do you decide when to push forward and when to hold back?
See, I don't think the basic problem is losing out. The question usually comes from the narrative that has been set in the marketplaces, where the board feels that if we don't do it now, we might miss out on something. And is it fear of missing out and being involved with a company or a corporate structure where AI is not being used extensively? So the answer to this, how do you address this, is looking at the use cases that have been already discussed earlier. What are the use cases? What is it that we're going to use it for? And how does it impact my customer? Now, coming from a healthcare background, AI for us is not a customer touch point. AI is a tool from which we can enable our internal team to provide better service to our customers. So that's a narrative that we talk about in our boardroom when we are talking about AI or no AI, or at what pace do we want to go with AI.
Thank you.
So I will begin by saying that for any business leader, it is very important to first of all understand what are the glaring problems, strategic problems that are there, and depending on the problems that are there, to assess whether AI can actually resolve those. So once you have a clear visibility of the problems and a certain idea if AI can really help with the resolution of that problem, then I think you go to the next stage. Instead of just rushing or deploying too many tools, you should do a POC, which is a proof of concept or an experiment for at least few months to see whether that problem can be actually solved. And depending on the success of the problem, if you have seen measurable outcomes in terms of productivity improvement or lead time reduction or accuracy, efficiency, etc., you can actually go to the next phase where you want to actually transition from the POC or the experimentation stage to the production, to bringing it to production. Now, there have been cases where AI has worked very beautifully in POC because it's a more regulated environment, etc. And a whole plethora of problems start when you actually deploy it in production. But, with every new opportunity or every new technology that we bring in, there will always be problems and there will always be, use cases which will give you return of investment. So based on, you have to do a kind of a analysis whether the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. If that is so, then you take a measured approach and go for AI deployment within that specific business process. So for me, I will say it is, do not come under the pressure because the board is asking you, because other competitors are also using AI, but please study your environment and make a informed decision whether the actual business problems which is there in your organization can be solved by AI and then deploy it.
Yeah, so I'm absolutely in sync with the fellow panel members. Let's think of scenarios, right? Let's take a traditional function. Let's take sales. Marketing generates a lead, we call it as MQL, and then the sales guys engage, we call it as sales, right? And then it goes through whatever prospecting, proposal, and versions and final closure win or loss. Now, using generative AI in this case is, enhances this because it has come in with that base data to solve this problem. So let's say I'm a sales guy and you are my customer. and I need to meet you. It is much more better for me to analyze your social profile, match it to my social profile, to understand whether my opening dialogue will be a crisp technical pitch, a minute pitch, or should it be more elaborative, or should it be starting with some soft talks and then waiting for you to ask me what to do. I mean, at base level, I have divided these three, but this type of AI, generative AIs are available. We're not working on any proprietary data per se. I am working with my social profile and your social profile, right? And it enriches this MQL SQL to a level of 30% in sales efficiency. Second place where you could use it is, let's say, in purchase. Every company has a purchase department, and you are supposed to do technology agnostic purchase. I mean, that's part of company laws. So what does a purchase guy do? Let us say if I am a technical guy and I spec it with Z Fold, folding screen, naturally there will be very less phones which come in, and naturally the Samsung would highly qualify. Now how the purchase guy would look at it? The purchase guy, given a generative AI access, can look at those materials which is again not proprietary to my company, which doesn't belong to any individual, looks at that proposal to first of all ask it to say, are there other models? Can ask another simple question to say that, okay, fine, is my type of industry using? Right? And maybe look at the proposed, whatever proposal has come in to say, are there negative feedbacks in my list? And that helps the purchase guy makes a much more informed decision than what would be happening elsewhere. Let's take the third and last example. Let's take about collection process. I mean, all of you would also have got that collection process, right? Pay your credit card, pay your home loan, pay your electricity bill. We call it as DSO, Days Sales Outstanding. Now put a generative AI in a days sales outstanding. For 850 customers, which I have, you can make 800 different payment plans depending on each of their data, which keeps on enriching in the 15 years LTV that I have. Versus trying to segment them to say that this is SMB, this is sunset, this is sunrise, and putting one stick to all. So these are direct use cases of Gen AI, where you take their enriched data and you enrich your existing processes. So these are the cases where as a board or even as my level, we will give yes to a budget. Where I would hesitate it when it's come like a black box solution, to say that, guys, this is next world, right? This is unique, this is one in the world. And if I do not have comparative to it, then it's like that startup sequence. Those ideas, we know that startup VCs have clearly proved 1 in 10 succeeds. Yes, there is chances of success. But at a board level, at my level, the ratio is only 10%. I would hold that investment. I would put it through the standard rigors of manual process rather than give up on it.
Great insights. Sticking up to like what you asked, right? Like board versus the pressure that the leadership has in terms of providing a solution or a response with respect to AI. I mean, think of it as it's kind of I would say a fear that has been brought up at a very, 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 very large scale in the industry. Why are we even talking about this AI being a problematic child over here where people are asking to go and tame it? While it's just 2.5, 3 years old, to be honest, right? I mean, one fine day, Sam made it like a public commodity, and the next day everybody started fearing that it's going to go ahead and disrupt their life or change their business. Coming up to the board perspective of it, the question remains the same, right? I am not expecting the person who is asking the leadership to go ahead and work on a particular solution and deploy it and change their ways of working, even understand what they are talking and what they are expecting out of it to be done. If somebody would have made a framework or a successful way of using it, that would have been kind of an industry standard which would have got into your syllabus or into the way how company does the business by now, right? People are learning, people are kind of still evaluating it. They are finding nice, good to have, and the best scenarios, right? So it's similar to, like, people became medical practitioner the day COVID hit and everybody heard the word remdesivir. Everybody was like, I want it. Why? Nobody asked. Because it's saving life. Is it? I don't know, right? It's kind of that fear, that kind of viral moment that has gone out. But at the end of the day, nothing cured it, right? It took time, it took research, it took people to adapt to a way of doing it and getting into the business, which made eventually COVID successful, which was the true outcome of a researched medicines, right, and injections. So it has to go in that systematic approach rather than getting pressurized or delivering something because somebody else has done. But the good question is that somebody else, company is also debating that somebody else has done it. Nobody has the true answer to it, is my take on this.
I'll just add one more thing. I'll give you an example. So I was at a founders conference about a week, 10 days back. And as we were discussing as to how we are doing business, one of the founders came up and said, hey, I have replaced my entire procurement team with AI. We're using agent AI, it's this and it's that, it can do this and it can do that. And so we are back in the office, and it just so happened that the entire board was there in the office next day, and we were having a discussion. And the board said, hey, that company has changed their entire procurement department with agent AI. Why can't we do it? Let's do it. Now, where did that question come from? The question came from somebody is doing it, as just rightly pointed out, but why are we not doing it? The fear of missing out is a major concern in most of the board discussions that are happening these days.
Thank you. That was a fascinating range of perspective to begin with. Now, before we dive into question one, I guess that was a lot of information to seep in, and a lot of you would be having questions. So we'll pick one short question. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Arvind. I hope I'm audible.
Use the mic. You just pass you the mic. Allow us a moment. Also would request if you could just direct the question to a panelist or just tell if it's for everyone. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Paritosh Mishra. I'm from the EPC industry. I have 4.5 years of experience. So within my previous organization, there were, as Ishita ma'am just said, there were several POCs that we conducted regarding automating few of the processes using AI. Many of those projects and pilot projects were successful. But the problem is, within the EPC industries, there's a lot of resistance to change. So as digital leaders, how do we mobilize teams, people and departments and organizations that are resistant to change? This is open to all.
So this resistance to change is part of every corporate, every company. And the resistance to change mostly comes from the fear of unknown. We don't know what's going to happen. So if you want to eliminate that fear of change and keep the people in the company more at ease, probably the starting point is telling them why this is going to happen. If the people know why, what are we going to do with this, and what is it that we're going to do to ensure that you are further skilled to take over whatever opportunities that are there in the system. That assurance that we are not replacing you by bringing in this new tech or a new piece takes that fear or resistance out of the picture.
See, changes at an organizational level, let's say our strategy is changing or our market is growing 30-40%. That means the rate of growth also has to reflect the segment. Now, just like our studies, we are stressed with studies when professor or teacher gives us assignment and we are made to study new things. Similarly, in an organization, you introduce trust. Now what's the level of stress? That is defined by the existing culture. So let's say strategy is 2B and the culture can handle X stress. Maybe 8 hours of reading, 4 hours of assignment, 40 hours of work a week, maybe 80, maybe like Infosys 160, I don't know. But typically it is very measured from a human-centric way of HR systems to say that what is my ESAT feedback coming in, what is my attrition ratio, and are the core 30-40 skill sets which actually drive that change, are they in the comfort zone or not? Because if you lose that skill set, then you are losing the whole momentum of it. So essentially you plan something, then you put in these feedback loops, and basis that feedback loop, then you try to retrain the muscle memory. You can't retrain the intellect of it. But let's say I was noting down my sales in a register, now I need to note down in an Excel, tomorrow I just need to take a photo by OCR. I'm talking very simple, right? This is muscle memory retraining. But every time that you change a habit, you'll introduce a stress. So that's how the stress is planned at a larger level. And whenever there is a project underway for a specific case, if you are doing this with a subset of people, then it requires a lot more monitoring, like the way you have your weekend test, attendance, and you put a lot more checklists and a very enriched field of it. As it starts to stabilize, you again move back to your monthly reports and quarterly and maybe at some point annual. So this annual to your balance scorecard moving daily. Somewhere in between is the rate of growth that you are looking at.
I'll also add to this. So please understand that people are always at the heart of any transformation program. So it is always driven by people. It can be driven by technology, but it affects people, right? So in today's age, if I talk about change due to AI or transformation due to AI, there is enough information available everywhere across social media, across media. So people are not it's not that they don't know. They know what is the next wave of transformation that is going to hit them. But at the same time, what is positive is people are not averse to adopting technology. They are very quick to pick up new technology, at least even if it doesn't require understanding the algorithm, how it works, and the engineering that goes beyond it, but they are very quick to adopt technology in a way that they like to use the latest gadgets, latest apps, etc. So that is one good way, and you need to create that environment where you will show a growth path or transition in a way that you should be able to replace fear with curiosity, as well as you have to show options. Yes, a leader might not have all the liberty to probably give another role to let's say 10 employees or team members, but at least show them the growth path, and I'm sure people do understand the reality. And they will be because everybody has to learn. If I talk about myself, I used to make PPTs for the CXOs in a manual way. Now that ChatGPT or enterprise version of these LLMs are there, and we are supposed to be making it through these LLMs, right? So it doesn't come naturally to me. I also resist change. So at every level, even at a keystroke level, or if you talk about from keystroke to the organization level, at a people management level, there will be resistance. But I think it is a matter of time, and people will definitely go up the learning curve and adopt.
I'll try to keep it very simple. You go from your home to office through a specific road on a daily basis for the last 5 years. One fine day, why do you enjoy that journey? Why? You have your favorite juice shop, you got snack shop, and few other things, right? Like you like the way it has been planted, the plantation has been done. One fine day that road is blocked and you are asked to take a different one. Even though it is shorter, there will be resistance saying that, I'm used to doing that for the last 5 years, and now suddenly I'm being asked to take a different diversion and take that route. for, even if it is temporary, the first psyche that comes up and hit us is, why am I being asked to do this? Why am I being forced to do this? I like to do the things that I have been doing for like 5 years, right, or 10 years. 2 weeks down the line, you find that same juice shop is opened up in your diverted route, and you have the same candy shop over there, right? There will be a time you won't even realize, and you will start appreciating the fact that it used to take 40 minutes over there and now you can do this in 25, right? Think of it in that simple way, how you would react to certain changes and disruptions that have been routine to you and been asked. The only way it can be made better and friendly is the steps that you take in order to do that task can actually be made available in a more efficient and a simpler manner into the new diverted route of yours, right? That's exactly how people should be perceiving and adapting to all the changes that are being thrown at their way. And that's kind of, we are encouraging people to like kind of embrace that situation in a friendly manner.
Alright, thank you everyone. That was really insightful.
Well, on that high note, let us begin with our round one. I would again like to bring back Mr. Nisar Jha into the conversation. So, Mr. Nisar, you've been leading the technology behind the Kimberly-Clark's global B2B platform, where AI directly connects customers, distributors, and enterprise operations. From your experience, what does leading through an AI transformation really look like day to day, and what is one aspect people often underestimate?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not sure you guys are anyways into the business school, so you do understand what Kimberly-Clark does. If not, we make Huggies diaper as one of our product, right? Not many people understand when we say Kimberly-Clark what that company does. When we talk about Huggies, everybody knows about it. There's Kleenex and there are hand towels and facials, tissues and a lot of things that we work upon, right? So the B2B aspect is the place where we interact with the other businesses like airlines, hotel industries, and the interactions that we have with them is at a scale that is kind of unimaginable. If we are earning, say, $6 billion just from our B2B transactions with our partners, you can imagine how and at what scale we are working with them, right? Now, it's a 150-year-old company, so it took something to be done the right way to reach the level of money that these people are, or we are making now, right? If this would have been kind of a straightforward journey and the processes were too simple to be adopted by everyone, I think there would have been another 20 other companies in the same business who would have been generating the similar revenue, right? But that's not the case. The case is the processes were set up by legacy in the past. What we did right is we did not deviate from the ground rules that were created. What we did was we improved upon them. We improved upon them based on the technological changes that were happening in last 3 decades. The first cloud adoption took 12 years, the next happened in 6, and now AI we are thinking to be done next day, right? That's the speed at which the changes are coming up. You guys probably are going to be the part of the journey where, everything, like we say, we used to say that in a joke manner, right? Like in a joking manner, that it was expected yesterday. That is the reality probably by the time you guys are at your desk again, okay? That it was expected by yesterday. Now the B2B scenario that you brought up here, imagine everything being done across 5,000 distributors using their own solutions and their own systems and their own data structure for managing, say, invoices. Ultimately, we are the one who are receiving it. So we have 5,000 different copies or different semantics of those invoices. How can we make sure that we are handling them effectively in a manner which is cohesive and tightly coupled with everything that we are receiving in very different genres, right? So what we did as part of the initiative that you are talking about is we created kind of a standard template which was so user friendly that it was easily adopted by 5,000 people, because it talked about fewer but most critical components that we need in order to be compliant, right? We created those templates, gave it to those 5,000 people, and they did not have to change or deviate from what they were doing. They started sending us only the values that we needed from different systems, but in a very consistent manner. The things that used to take us 7 to 10 days started happening up within matter of minute, real time in some scenarios, and all those things effectively helped us in finding the areas where our AR, AP, all were kind of fluctuating and not working as expected. The technology, it does play the role, but we did not change the process. We just elevated the experience, we just elevated the way how we were doing and how we were walking from point A to point B, right? Everything data driven, everything done and processed based on facts, just the technological improvements and standardization being done where the industry was heading. So that's the kind of mindset we have. Respect what you have learned, and that's why history is taught. I was having this conversation with somebody in the podcast. There is a reason why history is taught, right? Why medieval period and early man eras are taught to children so that they understand where we were and how we transformed to reach where we are right now. And that's a continuous thing. Somebody will hear about us in 100 years.
That's the same concept we are using in consulting, the as is and to be mapping, just over a shorter period of time. Thank you, Mr. Jha. Now let us look at AI leadership through the lens of cyber resilience. So, Mr. Anil, your career has taken you from cyber defense in the Indian Air Force to leading technology at Control S. How has your experience in the military cyber defense shaped the way you think about AI risk today, and how does that influence the decisions you make as a CIO?
Cyber, okay. The most, after my thought, is the most like what. So let's talk about armed forces. Let's look at our India-Pakistan and last 2-3 operations. Whether it is Operation Sindoor, Sudarshan, whatever you name as. What you saw there that, it is not that they had 100% effectiveness. It is not that they have 0% effectiveness. It's always somewhere in between. So just like a student, when they would have planned it, they would have tried to achieve 100% of the objective, right? But given whatever they have, they would have created a response system. And if A didn't go well, if you go back to Sudarshan, right, there was a retaliation from that side with fighters coming in, and then a third retaliation of drones coming in, which means we have a plan A. Again, if there's some shortcoming, we have another set of plans, which is plan B, and we have another set of instructions, which is now known as plan C. And this war gaming, what they call as, which is in our terms known as in cyber red teaming, or you can say as briefing of your people, or you can say syncing of the people. Unless that syncing includes N+1, N+2, kind of scenarios, and it is encoded in the muscle memory. Till that time, like the failures there or sudden surprises like drones, bring it to data center, your DG set shutting down, your mechanical systems failure. The latest you would have heard there is a GK fire in Tata data center. So there will be incidents, right? Unless you have systems which are N, then N+1, N+2, and people encoded with muscle memory to leverage those systems when those situations come. That's the key learning that is brought out, and that is also depicted in Control S. So as Control S, we are Tier 4. What does Tier 4 stand for? There are 3-4 tiers. The highest tier stands for 2 into N+1, which means for my electricity, I'll have 2 DG banks, each of them with N+1. So I can have 3 failures at any given moment of time. Even better, I could do DG set maintenance or one side transformer down without impacting your whole uptime of your whatever core banking or Flipkart, e-commerce, whatever trying to run. And that translates to that much uptime for their commerce. So this is the key learning that came out and now is getting embodied in different resiliency principles. Similarly, if you look at the cyber resilience and the micros thing which is happening, that AI guy is doing something, right? We used to do it 6 months, 1 year. That guy is doing every second year. So if earlier the response was 6 months to scan something and then maybe 3 months to diagnose and another 1 month to weaponize and attack, that response time from 4 months is now down to your 4 seconds. So on the red team, in the defense side of it, how are you preparing for that? Do we have the tools? Do we have the teams? That is also coming now in cyber resilience. So first came in data center, now it's coming for IoT, IIoT, network protection, and whatever you call it as. So slowly that same thing is getting drilled down into our industries.
Thank you, sir. That was a unique perspective shaped by experience at the frontiers of cyber defense. Ms. Ishita, let me bring you in. So, Ms. Ishita, the role of a CISO has traditionally been about managing risk, while AI often demands speed and experimentation. How do you personally balance those two instincts? And when they come into conflict, how do you decide which takes precedence?
It's a very good question, and I would say that, definitely AI is something that we cannot look away from, right? So we will have to have AI innovation and AI acceleration, adoption, etc. And the success of a business of business, or like if I can say, the business growth will happen only if we responsibly scale AI, right? So this brings into the picture, or I would say, there is something called as security by design. So security by design is a principle, it's a cybersecurity principle that whenever a new technology innovation happens, a product is developed, we ensure that the product has security embedded into it from the very first stage and deployed securely. Because what happens if we find flaws, or if there are security issues after a product is deployed without adequate security being embedded at the design stage, then the failures can be catastrophic. It is going to bring the business to halt. It will lead to outages, it can lead to production failures, etc. So, which is better? Should I not embed security in such a way that I can ensure operational resilience in my business? Or should I wait for a catastrophe to happen and then the business suffers? So you will have to make that choice. So my role as a CISO is to ensure that I bring business leaders on board with the idea that AI risk is not a risk that just sits with the IT function or the risk management function within IT. It clearly translates into business risk in terms of outages, financial loss when a disruption happens. So AI risk is actually a business risk. And I would also articulate the fact that it is a shared responsibility between the business and the IT to manage this risk. Because it is ultimately the AI that is embedded in the workflows of a business application that the business user are using, right? So if they are not responsible enough to use it in a way, or they upload some confidential business documents in an LLM and that data gets leaked, then it will become a problem for the brand, for the company, right? So it is clearly a business risk, and I will say that security and innovation are not in conflict. In fact, they are the strongest when they go together, right? So this is what I need to kind of evangelize as a CISO within my organization, that AI risks have to be managed in a shared way by the business as well as IT.
Thank you. Well, that was quite an amazing perspective, and now I'd like to move to my next question. So, Mr. Vipin, senior care is a business built on trust, dignity, and human connection. As AI becomes part of care delivery, how do you ensure it makes the human element stronger, not weaker? And lastly, what has that taught you about leading AI transformation?
Brilliant question. So in healthcare, so senior care is basically equal to healthcare in our scenario. Any type of AI invention or intervention has to enable a human at the end to be able to give a better delivery of service. You take for an example, an assessment has been done and a report has come out and AI has generated some insights out of it. Now, instead of AI being the front with the customer, if that insight is given to a caregiver, and then caregiver understanding the knowledge that has come from the AI, is able to interpret that and then give a much more humane response or comfort to the customer or a patient is where it's most important. And in healthcare, it's not just the patient. We are dealing with two customers. One is the patient and the other is the family member. So whatever AI is enabling or a tech is enabling has to be interpreted by a human in the loop at the end. And here, human is not in the loop. Human is at the end of that knowledge. And then that knowledge is then gets transferred to the patient. Now at a leadership level, basically it's understanding what the customer, who the customer is and what is success for the customer. So how you transform your leadership and how do you take decisions is purely defined by what that success means to the customer. Now we've been hearing on the banking side and the Kimberly Clarks of the world, is all about lot of AI fronting to the customer. So there the focus is more. The more AI does, the better it is. In healthcare or a senior care, is the less intervention AI has for the customer, is better it is. Because the success for that customer is completely changed. So that's a very fine line that needs to be maintained, and at my level, that's the objective, basically.
Thank you, sir. That was quite a diverse round of questions and such diverse perspectives. I am sure all of us loved hearing it. A perfect note to conclude our first round. So let us now widen the discussion once again. Back to you, audience. I would love to take two questions. Yes, please pass the mic.
Good morning. My name is Ved Poddar and I come with almost 4 years work experience working in Deloitte cybersecurity team. And my question is for Nishita ma'am and Anil sir. And I love how our discussion turned from the enthusiasm for AI to coming towards not just jumping on the AI bandwagon, but using it very effectively and thoughtfully. Now, since we are embedding AI in mission critical business processes these days, but all of this is happening through a handful of AI models based in US. Now, is this some form of digital dependency that we are moving towards? Also, as CISOs and CIOs, how are we thinking towards AI sovereignty? What is the strategy that we are moving towards?
Thanks, that's a brilliant good question. Now, we need to understand which domains or field are we in and what kind of dependency are we talking about. If I talk about regular business functions where, it could be IT services or even financial transactions, I don't think there is any harm in depending on these foreign models. But when it comes to mission critical domains like defense or research, space research, or even agriculture for that matter, then the context, we need to understand that the training data that is used by these models, are they representative of your context, right? So for any model to be used in defense within Indian Air Force or Indian Army, we would definitely need something which uses an indigenous models to understand our requirement, also from the perspective of privacy, confidentiality, because these are extremely critical things that we are talking about, right? So if we use foreign models and we use some of our training, our data, which is part of defense and or R&D, and we put it in an LLM or let's say any foreign model, and then we expect outcomes. Obviously, the data is definitely going out of our country, which is bad for the national security, right? So, for mission critical domains, there definitely needs to be more investments and research on the sovereign AI part. And for lesser critical operations like IT services or back office operations, I think we can still rely on foreign models, but for any country to do well, R&D and innovation is very important. So this has actually created a third, I would say, a dependency risk on all the foreign models, and there is a very clear, I would say it's an ironic statement that India exports technology talent to the rest of the world, but we import technology from countries like US, Japan, Korea, and China. So that is a dichotomy. It's ironic, but yes, this is the current reality.
Okay, so as she said, right, if you take, classical Andrew Tenenbaum computer networks, OSI layer, you want absolutely security, physical layer segregation, slightly less logical link layer, slightly less, go on the top. So let me explain it differently. So as she said, defense network has to be separate. Then let's say next is maybe banking, highly regulated, right? In banks also we broke the model when in controllers I created BIB model along with the current CIO of Yes Bank, Ramesh Ramamurthy. First time RBI auditors allowed 5 banks, all New Age Bank, Suryodaya Bank, Bandhan Bank, AU Finance, all of them, to run from the same set of storage, servers and physical firewall, because there is segregation at logical link layer. We use multiple platforms like AWS and all. Same thing is happening now across the industries. And then you can move slightly upper to that where you have got these shared portals which run your websites and all. So depending on the amount of security or a risk profile, you need to go deeper the division. But remember, the cost then starts to go arbitrarily high. And finally, as she said, there is a limitation of sovereign investment. If India is importing Rafale, then whichever way you are using that Rafale, the guys in France knows. You understood? So if I am using, take the classical case of AI usage. Initially missiles were visual range, then they become beyond visual range, and finally what defeated all that was simple Shahed drones coming one after another. So sophistication is not the end result. When you look at sovereignty, there are various other factors taken into consideration, and one theory doesn't work. A mosaic would work better. Then maybe the sophistication and the cost of attrition would be less. So is it a low intensity warfare? Is it a high intensity? That means you're under full scale attack like a worldwide DDoS against you. Or is it some single hacker trying to move into your gateway? Accordingly, you require your defenses and tools. But you can't be truly sovereign in this interconnected world, because your mineral will come from Australia, some machine will come from Japan, technology from Europe, and you need to be dependent on somebody outside your sovereign state to help you overcome it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does, sir. Thank you so much.
Alright, one more question before we move ahead. Please. Can someone pass the mic?
So good morning everyone. My name is Anirudh Gururaj and I have over about 5 years of work experience across sales and marketing in the building material segment. So my question was more relevant to the FMCG industry. So my question is to you, Mr. Nisar. So sir, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that all the AI integrations that we're doing is more to optimize costs. So if I have to talk about pitching to the customers, say channel partners or even institutional players, you mentioned like the hotels or the hospitals. So does Kimberly-Clark or rather any FMCG firm for that matter, using AI, does it become a differentiator to these customers, or is it more about optimizing internal costs?
I'll try to break it into two parts. The first one, I'll add clarification around the thought process that everything is cost driven. If we make it cost driven, I think the motto or the way how people are trying to get into AI will go to a different tangent altogether. The thing that we as a company, we believe we are working more towards building efficiency, which will result into either a better optimized sales, which will result into profit making, right, or cost reductions. So keeping that in mind, there is a simple factor that we want to focus on with respect to building our image as a corporate or when dealing with our partners, right? That we are not a company who is trying to go ahead and get into AI so that we can do the same work with 20% less people, number one. That's not the message you will find anywhere in terms of any of our efforts that is being kind of advertised with respect to digital transformation. What we do is we work on the experience, keeping in mind that how a particular distributor or a retailer or a consumer is able to interact with the businesses or with us or with the product. And I'll tell you why I said product, is because we want to build the trust and differentiation with the competitors on those experience that we are elevating, number one, right? Cost and all are secondary, right? I mean, it will automatically, that is kind of a byproduct of a happy customer, let's call it that way, right? So that's a different thing altogether. Why I said in product is because in Kimberly-Clark there are automated IoT-enabled dispensers, and when I talk about them, it goes into buildings like World One, the WTC in US. They are like the first one who picked that product 5 years back when we did some research on it, and how over a period of time that IoT-enabled dispenser and a restroom management system is now getting elevated with the use of AI is the earning for us, because the experience that WTC is sharing, you know, the word of mouth thing that we call in very common language, is getting us more business than anything else, right? So it is more like an experience driven, where technology is becoming our partner, and we are not looking at it from a frame of reducing cost by versus people, right? I mean, like eliminating them. The classical example, why did AI become or came into news when Amazon decided to fire 12,000 people? What they did after 6 months, they hired a good chunk of them back, right? But the thing is, it did not go the way how they wanted to use technology for the saving, right? It literally went into the wrong direction with the news. But yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure you all understand. Don't compare or take AI as something that's going to go ahead and give you returns or savings at the cost of eliminating people or task force. It is experience, efficiency, which should bring you more business. That's the kind of mindset people should have. Did that answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nisar. I guess now it's again time to broaden our perspective and get into the real world perspective. So you each lead teams whose roles are being reshaped by the very AI they're building and deploying. How do you have honest conversations about that change? And in today's AI era, what's harder, leading up to the code or leading down to your teams?
Easy one, going down to the team, because when you talk with the board, there is nothing that you can go back and say and change their mindset if they have become adamant about doing certain things. You can share the perspective, you can let them know the repercussions, you can you can share the pros and cons of it, but that is something which will be documented. Not necessarily that's going to go ahead and make immediate changes in their mindset and approach and strategy, because that's been done keeping another 5 to 6 years in mind, right? Like how they want to go ahead and project. I may be wrong, no more 5 years, right? It's like by the time we are here traveling and attending this conclave, there might be another model which would have released, right? And people might be thinking about when this guy would come back and I'm going to ask him to go and deploy that. It's moving in that direction, and I'm not kidding about it, okay? Things are changing in that, at that pace. But now coming back to the team and explaining the rationales behind certain things, the way they are done is kind of a more difficult thing because it affects the larger audiences down there, right? I mean, first of all, they need to understand the strategy. They have to be brought up to the level where they understand why certain things are done. It should not always be communicated in a way where people feel that it's going to impact them directly in any senses. Be it their working routine, be it their, how they were looking into their growth and how they were thinking that 6 months down the line by doing what I'm currently doing would take me there, and then suddenly somebody realized, hey, AI is coming and doing and changing the entire dynamics of how I was envisioning my career, right? So all those, and the topmost thing on it is the fear of either some other team taking up their job, because there is so much of loosely coupled narratives and overlapping jobs and duties between teams that they feel that the entire block can actually be eliminated with the use of AI. So, and the way things are projected and sold today, that's how exactly, people are selling AI products today. That it's going to go ahead and consolidate everything, which probably might happen in 5, 7, 8, 10 years, but not immediately. That is for sure. I mean, it's not something where we are heading. And communicating that message and convincing the team that adopt it rather than show resistance is the hardest thing, because there are emotional values as well attached to those kind of communications. So that as a leader, sending it downstream is something which not many are still prepared for, right? To have those kind of conversation and project everything in the most positive manner. And it is positive, trust me on that. It's not that we are going to go ahead and do something which has kind of negative energy or interest. It's just that the communication and having that hard conversation and convincing that you do adopt to this with your complete senses and devotion and accountability, rather than doing it with confusion, dilemma, and not full conviction, right? I mean, to motivate and bring up over there is really the hard job.
Okay, so to answer your question, boardroom discussions are always easier to have rather than doing it downstream. The primary reason why boardroom discussions are easier, because when the idea has been conceptualized, you are part of that discussion from day one. And especially coming from the kind of business that we are in, we are always taking a very conscious call as to how is this going to impact my consumer, my end user, a patient who is in my care home, or a senior who am I serving. So these discussions are easier to manage in boardroom, whether to use AI, whether to use tech, what kind of tech to use. It becomes easier discussion, because people in the boardroom are not there are no emotions about the impact of them on them directly. But when you're having this conversation with downstream, the conversation becomes far more difficult, because it takes, as a leader or a manager of a team, it takes us months and years to build that trust, right? And if you just go out and say that, hey, this is what we are doing, you're not breaking a trust for that smaller group of people who are going to be impacted, but a larger pool, because people talk to people, right? So I think, so the way I am looking at it, and I would normally do, is as soon as an idea has been conceptualized, start talking to people downstream, start giving them that confidence that if we are thinking of something, we are thinking of you as well. And as I said earlier, it's about the communication and giving them the confidence that it is, if it's going to replace somebody, that what are we going to do to upskill that person? Probably to take up something within the company, or it could help him as he moves out of this job into another role, and how will it going to impact and help him? And that's where the trust comes in, I think.
As a CISO, it is easier for me to have this conversation with the board than with the team members. And I completely agree with Vipin, what Vipin just mentioned. Firstly, please understand the difference, because the audience, the kind of audience is completely different. Like, if I talk about the board cares for governance. They want to see the company doing well, profitability, etc. Right? So they don't really care about what technology you bring in to result in profitability, or even if it's going to make like work easier, or there's going to be increase in productivity, right? So with AI being the context, board will not really lose trust if you are going to use AI, and there are definitely, board understands that there are a lot of risks involved in the, like, when you do a scaling of AI within an organization. But as a CISO, if you are able to tell the board that this is how we are deploying it within our business, these are the risks that I have identified, this is the way we are going to remediate or address them, then the board will have the confidence and they will have the trust in you, right? So board has a problem if you do not have complete visibility, or you are not able to explain the problems and how you are going to address them, right? So that's why it is going to be easier for me to talk to the board regarding the scaling up of an AI or any other technology. But when I talk to the team members, definitely I completely agree that there will be emotions involved, there will be softer aspects involved, and team members will be maybe having 4 years, 5 years or 10 years of experience, who are very new in their journey as far as their career is concerned. So they will definitely have a lot of mental tension, right? So that is something as a manager, as a leader, you need to address. And you will have to be honest and transparent at the same time. So how you transition this journey for the team members, by actually showing them some options as to how they should upskill, and don't leave it to your company, as one of our earlier co-panelists just mentioned, don't leave it to the company to invest in trainings or upskilling. A person at an individual level should be invested enough to make those meaningful like contribution or learning AI, right? So do as much possible at your individual level, and obviously if your company is also helping or your managers are supporting in that journey of upskilling, then nothing can be better than that.
Thank you. Sure, sir. Please, sir.
And to me, simple arithmetic. There are 5, 6 board members. Not more than 4 attend any meeting. Let us say I have a 1 week for employees and 1 week for a board. I mean, 5 days means for 5 board members, I'll putting so 5 days I have, let's say I want one decision from a board member, and 5 days I have to convince my team to roll out a project. This side are 5 people, this side are 500 people. Just think of me as a human. For those 5 people, I can do individual, their likes, dislikes, even that folder color. This guy is like red, that guy is like yellow. Understood? And when I go to these poor 500 people, I treat them as whatever goats or lambs. Because, I mean, it's a directive from top. So, it's my job also online. So, I rather would do stage-wise disclosure to these 500 and do total disclosure to those five people, because they control my destiny. And this is why it's always difficult to work on the right side of it and easier to deal with the left side of it. And that's a simple rationale that I have from my experience.
those were some really thought-provoking answers, and we could see how much the audience also loved those. And at the same time, we can relate how we would be able to make these decisions down the line. So thank you all for the answers. And as much as I love to move to round two, I'd be keeping our batch waiting. So I'd like to open the floor finally for all the questions that all of you have. So the floor is all yours, audience. Yes.
Hello, I am Stuti Patwardhan. I worked at Deloitte for over 3 years and I have a background in biomedical engineering. My question is for Mr. Chawla. So sir, we know that if we don't have enough domain knowledge, it is very difficult for us to know whether an AI is hallucinating or not. And last night in a conversation with some students, I think Mr. Jins also mentioned that he once momentarily trusted a hallucinating AI over a medical practitioner. And so in an industry like healthcare, where the repercussions of a false analysis can be very serious, how do you navigate as a leader taking accountability for a hallucination or something that is not, or a wrong answer given by AI?
Okay, so as you know, in healthcare, we're talking about people's lives, not just the livelihood, but their lives. In a normal business scenario, you're doing POCs. You will take care of some of the edge cases, and even if you miss some edge cases, it's all right to go into next sprint and fix those. But specifically in healthcare, you do not have a second chance. So before you think of AI, before you think of agentic AI, or for that matter, any tech, you do repetitive tests considering all the possible edge cases that you can think of and also that you cannot think of. Because one miss and somebody will lose his life. And that is the biggest challenge in healthcare industry, and that is the reason the technology involvement has been slow. And it's not because the industry is not ready for it. It's just that the sensitivity of the output is so high that you probably, something that you would do in a month's time, it probably would take 4 months before you launch it. And that is what defines it, and that is where the AI also now comes into the picture, is that you can't just give AI a knowledge or guardrail and say, go do it. It's done, AI has given you an output, now you need to test it. And that testing at times will make you realize that this is just not going to work. And it happened to us a couple of times. We came up with an idea, hey, this is brilliant idea, let's do fall detection, for example. Instead of using IoT, which is being most prevalent in the market, we said let's use AI and the camera sensors, camera to sense when a fall happens. And when we thought of the idea, it looked like a brilliant idea because you have 100% coverage, right? And cameras should be able to judge whether the fall has happened or not. Conceptually, brilliant idea. We picked up the edge cases, we said, okay, if this is what will happen, this is how we're gonna manage it. And we were ready to roll it. And before we said, let's just do one more testing. And it so happened an idea, something that we had not thought of. Somebody bent down to tie the laces of a shoe. It was detected as a fall. Now, you can't go with the system like that. So we have to roll back everything and say, let's just rethink the entire process before we do it. So one has to be extremely careful. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
If I can add a line to it, you all are AI users, right? I mean, there is a message at the end of every input box. These are AI generated messages. Please read and act carefully, right? I completely do not support that kind of a warning to be for somebody to save its back, right? Like by giving a wrong answer and say, hey, I gave a warning. That's something which is not applicable in anything that has to do with human life, medicines and all, right? You cannot go with that kind of a disclaimer saying, I am suggesting all this in like 20 pages and then there is a one blue line at the bottom of the prompt saying it's an AI generated response, please act accordingly. That's not how you can share your responsibility in this area.
And honestly, there is no shrugging of responsibility in this case. You own it because you are the one who has given that knowledge or that information or the consultation to that patient. So you just cannot get away from it, no matter what the law says, whatever you write in your contract, you have to own it. You may get away from the legal consequences of it, but you at the end of the fail, if I have deployed a technology which has failed even one customer or one patient, I will take it as my responsibility and I'm the guilty one who's responsible for whatever happened. Hence it becomes extremely sensitive.
Thank you, Mr. Nisar and Mr. Vipin. Now, we'd like to take one last question from the audience, and with that, we'd like to close.
Hi, sir. Thanks for the very insightful session on the panelists. So, my name is Utkarsh. I have almost 4 years of experience in healthcare private equity. So, wherein I have evaluated bunch of SaaS startups. So, sir, we have talked, my question is for Vipin, sir. We have talked a lot about patient journey and how to make patient journey more fruitful using AI. But what about the provider side of the things? How do you think we can customize or automate the provider's operations, specifically revenue cycle management, to make healthcare most cost efficient and passing that cost to the patient?
Now there's a very different perspective of the AI that you're talking about here. And I think that's where the efficiency part of the AI comes into, even in the healthcare. And as I said earlier, is when you do less touch point with customers, when you're talking about the patient or the family member. But anything behind that, AI has taken over. The technology is there, right? Those tight integration. For example, pharmacy. Now, how does the pharmacy work in a normal hospital? Traditionally, doctor will prescribe you a medication. You go to pharmacy, you give your prescription. He will put it in his computer, and he will give you the medication, and you make the payment. Now that's changing. What is happening now, and what AI has been able to do, is that there are no more written notes in a state-of-the-art hospitals anymore. What happened now is that there's an EHR system, doctor prescribes the medication, indents the medication on a system, it goes to the pharmacy knows exactly what is required, who that patient is, and it gets transferred to the patient without a human intervention at all. The only intervention is a runner who's going to pick up the medication from a pharmacy. Now, similar concepts are now being more and more applied to all the other providers who deal in this industry. Insurance claims is another example. A biggest pain area in Indian medical scenario in a hospital. You go to a hospital, you have been taken care of, you have a bill, you have run up a lakhs of bills. Now you're waiting for 6-7 hours for an insurance company to say whether they're going to pay for it or they're not going to pay for it. Now we are in the process of designing those systems where AI or an agentic AI does that what a human sitting on that counter is doing. Now that is where the efficiency comes in. We're still some time away for the hospitals to start using it, but there are some pilots which are already running, and which just makes this entire process of TPA, as we call it in medical terms, makes it a lot more convenient. What takes us 6 hours, 7 hours today, and then another 3 weeks at an insurance company to consolidate everything with a hospital, now happens in a day. That's where the technology is.
Thank you. So before we close, I'd like to leave the room with one thought. We came into this session with a topic called leadership in the age of AI disruption, but over the last hour, what we really discussed is leadership itself. We heard about making decisions without a perfect playbook, building trust while navigating uncertainty, balancing speed with responsibility, and bringing people along through the change. AI may be the context, but the qualities that define great leadership have not changed. if anything, they become even more important. What stood out for me today is that across the 4 very different organizations and industries, there wasn't a single message of trust the technology. The message was to exercise judgment, to understand where AI creates value, how it creates value, and I think that is the exact topic that we discussed throughout our last discussion. So with that, on behalf of XLRI, I'd like to sincerely thank our distinguished panelists, Mr. Nisarg Jha, Mr. Anil Nama, Mr. Vipin Chawla, and Ms. Ishita De for sharing not just their expertise but also their experiences and leadership journeys with all of us today. And thank you all for being such an engaged audience. Please join me in giving our panelists a warm round of applause.
The conversation brought out perspectives on adopting new technology quickly and efficiently, resisting change, risk management in AI, along with practical takeaways on leading teams through AI-driven change. I now invite Professor Sunil sir on stage to felicitate our guests with a memento. May I request Nisarg Jha to join him on stage? Requesting Anil Nama to please come forward. Vipin Chawla sir, would you please join us on stage? And finally, Ishita Digna, please join us on stage.
I now welcome Professor Kanagraj sir to present the bouquet to Mr. Dandapani Shanmukham, Principal Engineer for GCP AI at Google Cloud. We now move into the ReEnvision 5.0 case challenge. All students are kindly requested to pay attention to the presentations as we'll be taking your votes for the most appealing presentation at the end. I now welcome the first team to the stage, Team ReEnvision.
Every contractor carries with them a quiet mental pressure. On one hand, the money hasn't been received yet for the work that's completed and built, and it might take few more months or even years to come. On the other side, they are obligated to complete the next milestone at any cost. That pressure carried by hundreds and thousands of contractors working on public projects is what we have built to fix. Good afternoon everyone, we are Team ReEnvision and today we'll be talking about how we can make money move faster at a verified pace. So, these payment delays cause a massive working capital loss. In Maharashtra alone, these undue bills have piled up to around 96k crore and nationally it comes out to be 1 to 3 lakh crore. Also, left with no choice, the contractors have to either fight in the court, which takes around 7 to 8 years, or they have to borrow from the informal market at a rate of 18 to 24%. Now, I would like to call on Anand, who would help us understand why isn't just a paperwork problem.
Thank you, Nandini. So going digital should have actually solved this problem. It was supposed to fix this exact problem. Around 20,000 crore rupees have already been digitally processed through these electronic measurement banks, EMBs. What actually happens is that when the EMBs are filled, it's just a note that the work is done actually. So imagine it in this way. You've done a work, you've received a photo of the check leaf that the money will be given to you, but actually you don't receive the money. ReEnvision just works on these. So let's move on to the next slide. Yeah. So how does ReEnvision work? ReEnvision has 3 layers of connection. The first is the evidence, which is the physical proof of work, and then is the authority, the signatory officers, and then we move on to the liquidity. How quickly the bank can offer the money back to the contractors. So I'll hand it over to Bhanuman to explain further.
So let's dive deeper into the 3 levels that were just mentioned by my friend. So the first thing is the evidence layer. That is in a contract, whenever a contractor uploads his proof of documents, suppose he's requesting for certain materials which have been utilized in the project, and then those are uploaded in the EMB portal with valid proofs such as photographs or even the photograph of bill itself. Now, these things are something which are currently only verified by a human as of now. What we will be doing here is, we are inserting ourselves into creating a confidence layer or a validation layer which will check these images and also all of the things that have been uploaded there to get a basic idea or give a confidence score of how accurate it is compared to what the actual project is. Now, this also helps the site engineer to verify actually how much of the work has been done and if it is true or not. Next comes the authority layer, which is where we define how exactly these things will be controlled. So we will have certain checks such as how much distance the photographs, their geographic coordinates are from the actual project area, or even if the contractor who is uploading these things or even the site engineer who is going to eventually approve it, how much they have control over the amount that can be approved by them. So these kind of checks will also be available. And lastly, we are bringing banks into it as part of the 3rd layer, where we will change it to a platform where currently contractors are waiting for final verification to just extra step where a bank can give out 60% of the amount which is to be given out by the final department's decision on the day 1 itself after site engineer verifies it. Now, based on it, the remaining 40% kind of works like a security which will be paid out later to the contractor once the complete amount comes from the government's department. Now, my friend Udizanshu will help explain how exactly this process flows.
Yeah, thank you, Bhanuman, for going through the entire layers. Now I'm going to tell you how the workflow works in this one. So on day 0, the ReEnvision, it goes through all the evidences and validates the data and pre-fills the statements. After that, our site engineers views the data and reviews it. And after that, we have a double key encryption, and that is approved by the site engineer, which then generates the invoice and it goes towards the banks. On day one, the bank looks at the data which has been reviewed by Realium and our site engineer so that they can make an advance payment to the contractor, which is 60%, 80% depending on the scope. And after that, after day two, like the whole payment system is being tracked real time so that there's visibility regarding it. Can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah, so the uncomfortable question over here is the payment deliberately delayed? So Realium does not bring in a political choice into it. It's giving you the visibility to look at it. Because we have the visibility layer after day 2 how and when the payments are being transferred. So if someone is delaying it, the person is liable for it, and we bring in our payer score here, where you get, if you delay a payment, it becomes an expense for you. If you have a lower payer score, the bank advances lesser payment to the contractor, and with the higher payer score, the bank advances more payment to the contractor. So in this way, the bank, the government, and the contractors in it all are benefiting from this. I'll bring Srishti to give the scalability of the thing.
Thank you, Ridanshu. Now I will sum up everything we have looked until now, and then how will we scale this model. So first, the foundation of it all, the human AI synergy. So our model will collect the raw data sites, photos, measurements, and then verify it into something that the bank can actually lend against. But it will only lend against it after a data site engineer signs it off. And then we can retrain our model, because every payment we resettle, it generates more data about who is paying reliably, which contractor is holding the work up, and also the frauds. So this will help us move up with our advance payments rate from 60% to 85%, depending upon who has a strong track record. Also, a competitor can copy our model in a weekend, but what they cannot copy is the data that we generate over time. Also, how we can scale our model is that firstly, we are working with CPWD, which already has EMB embedded in it. So that's our first step. Next, when we prove our metal here, we will move towards the departments who work on EMB but are not CPWD. And after there, we will move to the departments who are not on EMB at all. We will try to integrate them on the EMB and making the life for contractors easier here. So this is our task. We first pick one department, one bank, prove our metal there, and then scale it. Thank you so much. Now I would like to open the stage for questions.
I understand that if you were to apply this in Norway, it would be perfectly operational. Do you think in the Indian scenario and context where you had multiple stages, 5 stages, but I think there are also 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 where you need to take care of what you call as facilitation fee from an India perspective. How are you going to handle those kind of scenarios, and do you really think what Realium will work in the Indian reality?
Yes, sir. So in all honesty, the answer is a 50-50. We are going to take a chance of giving the visibility towards the public, right? So we are acting as the middleman right here. We are just telling, there's visibility regarding the whole process and how the processes, the payments are being stalled overall. So if a payment is being stalled, suppose person A, he decides that I'm just going to keep this payment over here. And later on, whenever there's an issue, so it's that person who is easily trackable, that why did this occur in this site. So the public has the visibility. We are just acting as the middlemen.
Have you actually spoken to any government department about this?
No, sir.
So you're planning to go ahead with this project.
The 50-50 probability of this happening. Is that the right metric to go with? It is not a very strong metric, but it's an idea, and we're looking for pilot right now. So if we get to test it out,
then it will definitely give us more insight towards it.
So one of the things that I noticed, right, I think the two questions pretty valid and everybody will have that in their mind, right, if dealing with anything which is state-owned. But I'll switch a little bit onto the bank side. Why do you think the bank would release all those payments without any collateral guarantees, and also considering the other problematic area which is at the state where the payments generally do not move at the prescribed timeline? So why would bank go ahead and do this?
So the thing is, this has already been approved. Like EMB contains all the data which has been pre-approved, but the payments have not been made yet. So where the bank benefits is like whenever the contractor doesn't get the payment, they take an 18 to 24% loan from the bank, and there's like 100 and 200 contractors over there, and there's like around 2,000 crores of data settling in the government funds. So if we look at the scalability of it, if the bank is able to tap the 2,000 crores of the government fund and able to move that one, even if they charge an 11% interest on the delayed payments, they'll be able to generate more revenue compared to the ones they are currently gaining from the contract.
So precisely, right? I mean, what you just answered is a better use case than involving state, giving it more like a added module or a flexibility or a solution for banks to go ahead and see, how they can generate revenue out of such situation. This is not good. I'm not supporting it. Nowhere I'm saying that the states should be holding the payments and delay should be there, but it's more like an LMS extension or a plugin that you could talk about and focus on that particular area as a revenue growth management solution for somebody who's working on loans and other skills. I think that will be like add more focus to what you're trying to do and problem solve, and it will give more realistic way of deploying it in some solutions, right?
I'll just add one more question here. Have you thought of who's going to pay for this entire project? Where is the capex coming from and where is the opex coming from?
Have you heard of independent verification and validation? Have you heard the term independent verification and validation? No? Go and look up the World Bank and ADB and other sites. Whenever they do global funding, or even the global foundations like Microsoft Foundation and other things, Bill Gates Foundation, when they do that, and when they disperse funds into multiple geographies, they want to primarily verify that the funds are reaching the end recipient. Then they want to do the fulfillment and calculate all of those things, right? So that's the true reach. So you may want to think about that area where you could do it. People are already looking at doing this with blockchain and all things, but you may want to think about doing it in
is actually a blockchain.
That's where you are about the ledger.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
I mean, based on sir's last comment, I would like to congratulate you because you have taken Mahada's PWD problem and as per his latest admission and advice, converted it somebody to like Modi ji's mission where he is trying to bring all the old delayed projects in line. And with your unlocking way of unlocking the capitals which are delayed, I can give you examples. One of the most suffering companies at Koch, it was caught both in that Pune highway extension as well as in that port 2000 crore extension, right? You are able to get it out, not more money, and we'll find our existing whatever vendors and our infrastructure to the highest level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, TPLM, for showing us how to turn delayed public works payments into day one cash flow. Next up, we have Tim Karigal.
afternoon everyone. I welcome you all on behalf of my team. Let me start by asking you to picture a factory and a person working at a factory. This person is a master operator with over 25 years of work experience. He knows the factory so well that he can sense when a machine is running off spec even before the sensor senses it. Now imagine when this person retires. In a single day, he takes away all these years of knowledge right out of the door with him. And it is not a future problem. This is a current problem. The knowledge that he has gained is not just through a manual. He has gained it through practical know-hows. Let me run you through some numbers. When the master retires, we have seen that 97% of the manufacturers face this issue and this fear that when a person retires, he takes away the knowledge with him. Around 50% of the workforce is going to get retired in the next 5 years. And also we have read that around $47 million of revenue is getting lost when the knowledge transfer is not done properly. We are Team Karigar and we are here with a vanishing expert, a human AI solution that is here to solve the problem. When a person leaves a company, you don't just lose a headcount. You lose all the practical know-hows and the knowledge that he has gained over the years. You can definitely replace a person, but you cannot replace the knowledge that a person has gained. Moving on.
So let's look at the problem statement. We have a lot of data available with us. We have historians as well as DCS dashboards which talks about the temperature, pressure and flow. And also we have Aviva, Seek and all other softwares which talk about the golden data analytics, which compares our current batch with the golden batch which is available. And also we have predictive maintenance tools which predict when the machine is going to fail. I mean, we have all the data available, but the reasoning is not captured here. So we are trying to bridge that gap and take a real scenario where a veteran operator and he has a solution in front of him which is getting acidic. He will provide a solution. Also, he will give the right reasoning to it, and this reasoning here we are trying to capture, and how to implement this. Rohit is going to discuss about.
So let me actually walk you through the process how Karigar works. So whenever a veteran makes a strategic call, we capture it through edge capture method and we send it to our system. Then through vernacular speech recognition and natural language processing, we process the data and we link it to the plant's actual MES and DCS systems. We not only capture the action behind our actions, but we also capture the reasoning behind the action. After the attached knowledge and the reasonings have been captured, we send it through knowledge graphs, and using those knowledge graphs, we prepare the next set of items. So this learning systems can also be transferred into several other manufacturing plants with same set of needs, in which we can impose the same set of rules. So finally, the end user for us is a plant worker who will have an access to an application in which he can get real-time guidance through automated AI solutions.
Okay, so I'll be covering the implementation part because feasibility is equally important. So we have planned to roll out in the phase wise. In the first phase, we are going to target the POC, which is proof of concept. So first we will focus on only one site, one process, and we will work with 3 to 4 expert operators. We will capture the decisions and we will validate it against our previous and existing manufacturing data. Now only after confirming that the model is accurately reflecting the legacy and the knowledge, We will move on to the second phase, which is the shadow coaching. Now, in the second phase, we are going to allow AI to give the recommendations, and along with that, operators will also make the decisions. So, second phase will help us to measure the accuracy of the model. It will also build the confidence, and throughout this process, it will give us some time to do the audit trials as well. Now, after completing these two processes, we will move on to the third phase, which is horizontal deployment. We are going to deploy this across the sites and across the processes using the federated learning. Why we are using the federated learning? Because we don't want to share the sensitive data of each plant. Means we are not going to share the plant data, one plant's data to another plant. So here federated learning will help us to just share the AI-based learnings across all the plants. Now that we have completed all these three phases, let me tell you there is one bottleneck is there. This bottleneck is not the technology, but it is a trust. Because operator will ask, am I training my own replacement? And the answer is no. We are not here to replace any expert or any operator. We are here to make the AI and human synergy. So what this model will do, it will just capture the legacy of the expert, of the operator, while operator will remain as a teacher, as an expert. But this AI will just help us to capturing this part, and it will also help us to pass on this legacy to the new generation.
We saw how Karigar works and how it's implemented. But what about the business impact? According to the global industrial benchmarking, it's expected that this level of digitization with this expert knowledge transfer reduces the time it takes for a new operator to gain the expertise by about 30 to 50%. And from a commercial perspective, we are very light on the asset because we come as a SaaS software. It acts as it is integrated onto the existing historian and the GCP system that the manufacturing plant already runs on, which actually means that there is no extra hardware cost or extra capex, which is light on your end. And also, with a plant operating in this scale, prevention of just one or two mishap the system will literally pay for itself. And every single interaction, every single validation, and every single decision that is being made will just make the models more smart. Now you can ask me, Shimran, there are so many competitors out there, and digitization did not start right now. It has been there for a decade. What makes us different? We've noticed a very similar pattern. Every single company out there, be it global or India, have digitized the machine and not the person or the knowledge behind it. Nobody has ever captured the reasoning behind the decisions that are being made, and that is exactly where Karigar is one step ahead. We will be measuring why was the decision made, and we will be transcending the knowledge across the generations, even when the person moves out. And since we have the human in the loop, and we are validating every single decision that is being made, you're not just buying another AI software, but also building a knowledge base that literally compounds its value with every decision that is being made. We started with our presentation with just one veteran who was just walking out of the company with his lifetime of wisdom. We cannot stop him from retiring or the master, but what we can do is make the plant not forget. We are very good, and now we are open for questions.
I think this was really very well thought to begin with, right? I mean, it's a real life problem considering Kimberly-Clark has about 50, 60 plants within South Asia, and this is something that we do struggle with in our areas, okay? There are a couple of things I would like to highlight into this one. Number one, how is this different from I asking somebody to give kind of a recorder and say whatever you record goes into backend and ChatGPT? In my own skills is going to go ahead and respond. I could do that as simple as that. Second, two things. The second part is, are you looking out into building this kind of an end-to-end integratable MES solution, or is it something which in itself is kind of a knowledge base only for people to look after, mature, and then keep investing on it for future emergencies?
Thank you for asking the question, sir. I will start with it and my teammates can build on it. We definitely did think about it because ChatGPT literally gives an answer to literally all the questions that we have right now. But what it does not have is the industry specific knowledge that is specific to the manufacturing plant. And that is what the intellectual property of a particular plant differs from even when we are horizontally scaling, when we are onboarding a second plant. The ID may differ. So we will have to retrain the model every single time, and that is exactly why this is a SaaS platform that you will be integrating on top of the existing the historian system that you already have. So it takes, you have to take some time to train the model. We are not giving the solutions from day one. Phase 0 was us, shadowing 3 to 4 experts. And then we start suggesting recommendations. We don't directly deploy it as well. And with experience, with knowledge, with more number of decisions that it is making, that is when it becomes fun. So that pretty much answers the question, because all the other digitization, even IIT Madras, they started back in 2012. They have they started digitizing. They sensed this problem more than a decade back, and they have been digitizing. But the problem that we noticed there was that it turns it into SOPs. It turns it into like another whole pile of documentations. Yes, just documentations. It does not give you recommendations. It could hallucinate in that way. But here we have a human in the loop. The whole topic of our conclave is human AI synergy, because we are keeping the human in the loop. And the decision, it goes to the master veteran. He validates the recommendation, and it comes back to the operator who is actually in the manufacturing plant, and it is up to his discretion whether or not to take the suggestions. So we are keeping human as the master person who is liable, as well as who is capable of making a decision there. So we are just think of us as consultants. So we recommend, it's up to the discretion of the company to either take it or not.
I think again it's a brilliant idea. What you should probably look at is looking and integrating this with something like an IoT, which can real time capture certain things, put it into your backend and do kind of a predictive thing, map that with your Karigar's experience, and then look into the recommendation. I think that could play kind of a key differentiator rather than just being a consultant, because like I said, it's a brilliant idea, real life problem, and kudos to you all about thinking about it and putting it into this manner.
Thank you so much, sir. We did put a lot of thought into it.
And let me just congratulate you first on thinking it through very well. And you do realize that this is not just confined to in manufacturing. This problem is in every single company that you come across. It's a very big problem of the industry. So probably there's a big area of scale up there, could be different from how you're doing it in a manufacturing plant. But then you have thought through all the checks and balances on the process and the output. How about the input? Your
input in the sense, how are we going to collect all the data?
Your input is coming from a human. Human is already resistant to providing you that information. How would you validate that the input that is going into your system is accurate? Because if your input is not accurate, your output is not going to be accurate.
So for that, like, we are not going to rely only on single operator or single veteran. So we'll be having the multiple people will be there, and that too across the plant. So we are not going to capture only from single plant. So that will ensure that whatever we are capturing is correct. because there might be chances that like 1 or 2 units can be go up and down. For example, if like I come from the manufacturing, so I've seen these things. Like what happens is like suppose my reactor temperature is increasing by 5 degrees Celsius. So operators know like I need to reduce the RPM by 2 units. Then it will come down to regular temperature. Now this 2 unit that the answer we are getting from the operator might differ from plus or minus 0.5. But it cannot go beyond that. So this we can validate by capturing the data from different veterans, means multiple veterans.
This is a very big assumption.
That's exactly where I was thinking.
So this is a very big assumption, my friend.
If you triangulate with the measurement, what you get from the machine and the human input, that makes more meaningful.
Yes.
What's his decision in delivering output?
So actually, if I may. So yes, sir, actually it would go through multiple levels of validation. As I mentioned, we recommend, right? So that is exactly where AI comes in. Up until whatever the suggestions and stuff, it could be done with normal repositories. But that is exactly where AI comes in, because it looks and captures every single movement and it anticipates risks. And when it senses any mistake, when it senses any mismatch, it would automatically suggest. It's not just humans.
It's a deep dimension actually. The question gets asked, it's a far deeper dimension than what you actually are doing. It's far deeper than that. I think just you're not really answering that. You just aren't answering that. That's it. It's a deeper question. To understand the question. This is really like.
Okay, team Dandapan is here. Team Carrigan, great idea. Because I'm very closely associated with the HMI and HCI. I see this to be a really potential across industries, +1 to whatever you guys have mentioned. This is again, I'm just sharing this as an individual, not as representing any company. This is a $1 billion plus idea, but then let's give a small twist to like how you guys have thought about it, right? Don't look at it like from a server side kind of a capability. Look at it from, can it be part of, let's say, somebody like Meta Glass or Google Glass, right? So it can solve two different problems. One, it will be with the individual, right? So it's going to augment what they are doing. What they are trying to do, even at 25 years, we are all probably in that same bracket. There are gaps, and every day we have to learn, right? It's going to help. It's going to be helpful for the individual. So this will address the question of why would somebody be willing to share, number one. Number two, let's gamify, right, what they are trying to do, meaning build a reward system, right? As human beings, we are all always triggered and motivated by the reward system. When somebody is using, let's reward them, right? Number two. Number three, let's bring in the safety element, right? It will be in a manufacturing kind of a place, it will be very safety for them to wear such glasses, right? So let's bring in that kind of HMI, HCI angle. It's a brilliant idea, but then a slight twist to how you guys are thinking, definitely it will help us to take to market.
Yes, sir, thank you. It was very insightful.
When I looked at the name Karigar, it was very interesting, and what came to my mind. I think one of the things that tarnishes human innovation is how we are conditioned to think, right? What you guys are doing is you're only thinking forward about manufacturing and industries and other things. But if you go back from an Indian tradition perspective, there are so many vocations which are disappearing. Things like handloom, pottery, leather, all of those aspects. And where there are masters who are actually doing a lot of work, right? And those particular masters, if their particular son or somebody is not taking it up and other thing, it will possibly just disappear. Even things like bricklaying, even things like masonry and all of that, where Western world you may have machines and other things, India will continue to have that particular dependence because we have human capital, right? And that kind of an expertise, if you can actually capture from what you're doing, there you don't need machines and capturing the data point. You just need to sit down with that particular person and he will actually teach you. You can have video learning and those kind of things, which then you can pass on for generations so that we don't lose that particular learning that is there. And I think as you guys think forward, I think also think backward from an Indian perspective, and there's so much that we can give back to the world, and it will be a fantastic area for you to contribute.
Yes, thank you so much.
One suggestion in terms of when you are deployed it,
See, this needs purely from you got very diverse opinions from the fellow panelists. It's a very brilliant idea, but it needs some support and it needs some integration in everyday life, right? There was a very valid question on the validation of what you are doing. See, two suggestions onto this is, one is this needs to work as your preventive maintenance schedules. One of the validation aspects of it. Whatever you are talking about as an idea, has it resulted? That's an important aspect, right? Second is, today most of the plants, because of the IoT and other things, would have a preventive maintenance and alerts, notifications in case of a potential failure. Does that resonate with that is a very important aspect to see. You will not have it into all aspects of it, but fairly the automated manufacturing lines you will be able to identify, right? The other aspect of it is that this is something, going beyond some of the point, but taking it, there needs to be a monetization model for this. That how do you monetize this, right? The whole aspect of where you are bringing in taking the knowledge or the expertise from a person, you are trying to leverage technology into it. This is a brilliant idea. AI can de-bottleneck a lot of these processes. There are industries which are doing it. What your research said is very well there, that people are already recording it, and then with the NLP becoming more powerful, you already have those kind of insights before people actually move out. Many companies have done it in more hazardous working conditions than a very regular setup. But there needs to be a monetization model. This needs to work as an integrated system if you are looking at it from a manufacturing perspective. Vipin's point is this can be taken to other aspects beyond manufacturing. That definitely applies, and the disappearing skills which we heard about. But this, what I would suggest, while it did come out very clearly, you must have thought of it, but there needs some element that how does this get funded and how does the returns come out of it, and can it be a initiation for something new? If somebody new or somebody is setting up something new, process, new plant, new something similar, can this be the starting point for that? Because then it is beneficial. You are not waiting for somebody to have an experience of 20 years on a line and give you that input, but can that for the future setups, can this be the starting point? This is just some of the points you might want to think about.
Sir, thank you for putting forth the question. We had very limited number of minutes to present, and hence probably we missed it. But thank you for pointing it out. We do have a pricing per unit system that we mentioned on the slides. So we'll start with pricing per user. Yes, your economics. So we start with price per site, per active user, per operation seat. And as I mentioned, the return on investment would be back when we are preventing one or two mishaps that is happening, because the plant operation is massive. The scale at which it operates is massive. That is just a starting. Yeah, that is just a. Yes, that is just a starting point. Of course, we will think beyond that length. And thank you for probing us. And to answer your question, sir, we took our inspiration from IFS, who is trying to, bring back all the tribal languages that are being depleted and that are going extinct. So we will try to move beyond the scale, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. See, I think based on whatever he said, how do you bring artistic skill, right? Document an artistic skill, right? It looks like it's building a digital twin for a professional expert.
Absolutely.
Right? And if you look at from that angle, how do I create a digital twin for somebody who is good at something, right? And how do I create a technology tagged along with him to capture all that what he does? And can I convert that to a digital knowledge? And whether that can be used by someone to recreate that expertise what he has. If you look at from that angle, I think the scope of the project also will improve.
I wanted to add
how AI thought of using token. Who would have thought that you can go ahead and make and generate money out of tokens, right? So something unique which is more acceptable and interesting and from an economic.
Yeah.
Here, I wanted to add a few points. More of what you defined as a problem statement, as a tacit human knowledge that being captured. I think it is extremely powerful topic itself to go to, and every industry has this as a very known and needed problem to be solved, of capturing the human expertise in some ways. The application use cases that you went into were more manufacturing, and manufacturing has a lot of maturity around digitalizations and data, and a lot around what has been already matured as machine learning based standardization, higher quality, etc. But I really liked where you went because about 5 years ago we were doing IoT implementation across manufacturing sites, across different countries, and golden batch was the practice, the concept of, hey, this particular line in this site of Pune is producing the best outcomes under these conditions. Can we capture the entire knowledge and decision making frame around that and replicate around 200 different production lines that we have across different countries? That itself is a super difficult and near impossible problem, because every line is unique, every machine in a line is unique, so no two machines, no two lines are identical. So it's almost human-like individual unique identities, and at some point, at some scale, it has to simply become more parametric or empirical correlations being drawn and being practiced. Adding human knowledge on top of it, this takes the cake. I think it is extremely important. How do we bring on top of that adjacent or existing intelligent system which is already there, coming from automated measurements and then having all the abilities, and add the human gut feel of decision making on top? That as an objective really is making it several fold more powerful. And now I was relating what you were saying into my today's and current day life of we having in my organization as Safe Express, everything is digital. All tech and platforms are talking to each other, integrated. So now there is overload of data. Now there is this team which does application production support. And whenever something goes wrong, it is never a problem of one system that is showing all the symptoms. Symptoms are shown somewhere else and root causes lie somewhere else altogether. So those 1 hour or 15 minutes time when something has gone down and several hundred trucks are kind of stranded because the tech system is now out, doing what is called as a root cause assessment and then workaround, give the workaround solution then and there. There is a team which is specialized in doing this, and they have been more learning how to, where to look for what, and that is never documented nor captured. So some system which can capture these incident management workings, how it plays out, and learns from each incident that starts, and then starts correlating that with the previous measurements and the symptoms, etc., and starts recommending as a recommendation engine next time a production incident happens for that matter. And we are very actively looking for capturing this human aspect, because those people are the ones who are most sought after. Very similar to this human expert here in manufacturing setup, there are these tech experts who are sitting in large production support environments where only that one person has specialist knowledge of where to look for and operates more by experience and gut feel, and less by anything which is written as standard SOP. So, very powerful topic, I would say. Applicability cuts across. Everyone in this room can correlate to where it applies. Remain very focused on one topic. This can become a great product idea. It may or may not sit on its own as an independent product. It will need to complement. Hence, a great positioning can actually be to be a part of those MES and SCADA and ACS kind of product lines which are actually in manufacturing sector and become the intelligence augmentation layer to capture the human tacit knowledge. I really like the entire. Thank you.
I only wanted to know who created that moat word out of you five.
So moat is a synonym of unique selling point. So it's just, so we thought, so it's a regular word that we use in
You
our.
understand significance of that word?
No sir, even yesterday.
Once again I am asking,
this
which
with
one of you five used the word moat?
Sir, it is ChatGPT hoga.
Even yesterday I was having a discussion with sir regarding the word moat.
So it was suggested by
So moat is generally put in place when you are taking this for funding. Moat signifies that how whatever money you put in, competition can't come in. And that is why I am asking for this.
Thank you, Team Karigar. Please welcome our final team, Team Crackers, to present their solution.
Good afternoon everyone. We are Team Crackers and we are here to discuss a very important problem that the pharmaceutical industry is currently facing. So for the pharmaceutical industry, quality is not just a metric. It is something which carries significant financial as well as reputational liability. Roughly 7% of all batches fail due to quality issues and about 25% of production costs are associated with quality testing and assurances. We also find that in certain cases, it takes about up to 30 days to rectify if there is some problem with a batch. So how to solve this? We propose the golden batch as a solution for this. A golden batch is the benchmark for ideal yield as well as quality. It serves as an ideal representation for all future comparisons and improvements as well. What we intend to do is to provide a digital twin to each of the production batch so that quality related issues are detected in the production stage itself and not after that. So what we are doing is that we are interconnecting all the data that the factories are already connecting, and then we are leveraging AI to synthesize this data and get the golden batch parameters to be determined. Through this, we aim to reduce quality errors by 60%, and which will also help to dispatch good batches within first 5 days. So our idea involves an investment of about $1.2 million and has a potential of about $4.6 million of savings. Now I would like to call Sarthak to take this up further and elaborate you on the problem.
Thank you, Alimizas. So I will give you a deep dive into the problem right now. So what we know is a factory sends all its batches to lab for testing, and it usually takes around 30 days for the lab to say yes or no, and that's a 1 month's time. What happens is 1 out of 14 batches fail, or they either get thrown away or they are redone. And the next is like one quarter of the factory cost goes on the quality checks, which is a huge amount. Apart from that, there is also a cost involved for investigating when you hire an investigator company or something. So it costs around 25k to 55k. So all this cost looks small on the surface, but let me tell you the real deal. Anything which can go wrong with this case is, let's say a batch went into the market and the customer sees that and there's a wrong batch into the market. So what happens is that entire company's reputation can come at stake, the market share can come at stake. So this is where the opportunity cost is. This is such a huge opportunity cost. Moving on to the next slide. So we did an analysis of the macro forces, which is external forces,
which was political, economical, social, technological, legal, and environmental, and we also did a root cause analysis. So our main finding was that factories already have a lot of data, but they do not know how to systemize those data into one structured format. They do not know how to connect those data, and this is where our digital transformation idea comes in. We want to make sure the factory has enough resources to basically connect everything and generate the real insight which could help them drive lower cost. Moving on. So this is a sample survey of people involved. So there are many stakeholders involved in this process, which includes like floor manager, the dispatcher, the customer, as well as the quality head. The last person who checks the batch is the quality head, but he is the first one to be blamed if anything goes wrong. The customer reaches the batches, and usually takes 3 to 4 weeks, and until then the company doesn't know how the batch is. So this is a huge risk which comes with this, and there's no real fix of this as of now, because the delay and the time is at importance here. So with this, I would now like to call Ayush to show you the solution and the fix.
Thanks, Arthur. So the solution to this problem is very simple. A digital twin of the production data. So how the system works is the AI tracks through sensors and machines the data that is already present on the shop floor. Then AI uses the past data and visualizes how the golden batch looks like. Then it benchmarks the live production data against the golden batch data to flag any inconsistencies that may be arising during the production process. Please note that it works during the production process and not at the end of the process. So the interesting part is that the machine learns in itself. Through all the data that is fed in through all the factories for a particular enterprise in the system, the machine updates itself and learns from every production data. So this not only reduces the inefficiencies, but it also reduces the costs by a third and the chances of error. So now I would like to invite Dhiren to talk about the economics.
Thanks, Ayush. So now let's talk money. So setting this up on one production line costs around $1.6 million, and which is very less compared to the cost which it will save, which can sometimes go to billions. That one production line will create value around of $4.2 million per year, and it takes around $400K to set up. So you get back your money in 1 year, and you can make around 4 times the amount in around 3 years. Is it doable? Yes. The technology is proven, and the factories already own the machines where you have to set up these sensors. It only needs the tidying up the messy data which the factories already have, and helping people train on it. Now I would like to invite Pritika to show how we are planning to do it.
Thanks, Ray. So here's how we get there. A 2.5-year plan in 4 steps. We prove it on one line in the first 9 months. Once that works, we switch on to the real-time release. Post that, we scale it to the whole plan and also up to the second site. And eventually, every plant learns from the others and keeps on getting better. We track 5 numbers along the way. Release time from 30 days to less than 5. Failures in 14 to almost none. Quality scores down, and also payback within 14 months. We have also taken into account the risks that can be involved with this, and have also worked on it by engaging regulators early, maintaining honest records, training our people rather than replacing them, and also ensuring that it's highly secure. So here's our ask. 9 months, $1.6 million, 1 line. We make our release under 5 days, and more than half of the failures are gone. That's the living golden batch. Thank you everyone, and now we would like to open the floor for questions.
Here, I would say the problem statement and the topic is extremely valid. However, did you validate, do any of you have pharma exposure or background to the regulatory requirements in pharmaceutical production planning and processes? So the glitch will be absolutely
to get an approval for decision making by a intelligent engine or modifying anything around configurations or parameter settings for a production line in of medicine, because that itself goes through a regulatory approval, very significant, long time consuming approval, and all the machines internally, every parameter that is changing, that needs to be recorded, needs to be auditable, and that's what FDA does. When they come in, they look at the entire quality process, then they look at the machine logs of what happened, what were the parameters settings. Nobody can change it actually. So the biggest check or crucial link of failure here in this approach is around regulatory acceptance for decisions that can change on the fly. So making digital twin for any other industry segment, probably this issue will not come. However, in case of pharma, it's absolutely a must-have. Somebody needs to really think hard on the acceptance for production. The other part is almost sorted. There is a golden batch as an approach which everybody is actually trying to become more realistic and closure in performance. However, in any production line, like I worked in a company where we were manufacturing the world's second largest producer for what is called as capsule shells. ACG Worldwide is the name of the company. And there exactly we were developing the same solution, but doing it on one production line itself. There are at least 150 different parameters that need to be understood well by whatever we are calling as statistical or machine learning models to be consistently applicable to one product, and each product has a variant for that particular variant to produce the highest quality grade. The capsule shells have different kinds of quality based on the finish, etc. And then to develop it to be applicable to several different production lines is a very complicated science plus engineering problem put together. However, pharma, like you said, major spanner called regulatory acceptance of decision making, which needs to be well thought around a topic like this, certainly.
I'd like to further expand on what he said. I think it's very relevant. Right? It depends on where the pharmaceutical is going to export, whether it's only for India consumption or for global export. And from a global export, obviously the FDA and other things come in. And have you guys, as you did this, have you looked at CFR Part 11 or any of the global pharma guidelines and all that? Okay. Those are fundamentals to how pharma operates, right? Computer systems validation and everything that is there. And when you say computer system validation, like what Sandeep said, it's also even the PLC and what you can do a track and trace on the PLC data and all of that. They expect you to manage and maintain all of that. So when a global inspector comes in, so how much depth did you go into as you went into this? And I think his question on whether you have actual pharma experience was very relevant, because if you were a pharma experienced person, you would know all about all of these regulations. I think embedding a lot of those parts of it, and there are specific guidelines and requirements, almost every control requirement. How much of that research did you guys do before you put this together?
So, sir, these are not the actual numbers, this is the model data. So what we did was we benchmarked it against the GSK data, and that's how we approached this entire thing.
But did you look at the regulations and all?
Sir, actually this is already there in implementation in the specialty chemical sector, so we thought that we can project it for the pharmaceutical as well. But as you said, we need to incorporate the regulators' point of view in this.
See, there are this GMP and 21 CFR requirements around auditability and traceability of every decision being done, whether by human or by system. Okay, and then the approved manufacturing process has to be mandatorily followed to the T.
they look for deviation only on approved versus actually how it was done. And the element of allowing an intelligent system beyond the norms of an approved manufacturing process, I have not yet come across. Not for the medicines, could be for nutraceuticals, but definitely not for medicines so far I've come across. That's the only spanner, that's the only key, but that's the most crucial key for this going into anything called as medicines manufacturing. It can definitely be done for many adjacent products which are not directly related to medicine as such, but all around in the same similar brands and companies.
Thank you, Team Crackers. We also hope our guests enjoyed their time with us today. Your presence and insights added a lot of value to this session, and we are grateful they could join us for the presentations.
Let's take a break for lunch now, but before that we'll have a group photo outside of SC. So students, please be back by 2:50 because we'll be closing the attendance by then. Soon after which we'll be kicking off panel 3.
Welcome back, everyone. We now move to our final session, one that examines perhaps the most important question surrounding AI today. How much trust should we place in intelligent systems?
He is not just building machines that think. He's exploring whether they can be conscious. With 100+ patents to his name and a framework called AMMA, Adaptive Memory and Moral Alignment, he is pushing into territory most technologists haven't mapped yet. He's also publishing his upcoming book, The Art of Agentic AI, and mentors the next wave of innovators. Please welcome Dandapani Shanmugam. Over 2 decades, he has held boards and C-suites across 30+ countries, turned disruption into advantage. First, as a global technology leader with the Big Four, and now building his own multi-million-dollar consulting practice. His take on today's theme is blunt. AI won't replace leaders, but leaders who know how to use it will replace the ones who don't. Please welcome the founder and Chief Revenue Officer of Metaverse, Sri Partha.
From automobiles to agriculture to life sciences, he has spent 25+ years proving that digital transformation isn't industry specific, it's universal. He has driven enterprise-wide initiatives across supply chain and digital strategy, setting benchmarks that others now follow. Please welcome the Group Chief Digital Officer and Head of Innovation at RPG Group, Mr. Amol Deshpande. Moderating today's panel is Mr. Harishwar Suresh. Harishwar is a metallurgy graduate from NIT Trichy and brings close to 4 years of experience as a consultant at GEP, working in the procurement space with Fortune 500 clients across various industries. I now invite him and our panelists to join us on stage.
Hey everyone, thank you for that introduction, Shaima and Devika. My name is Harishwar and I'm your moderator for panel 3. Are we putting too much trust in AI? Here's a small confession from me to set the tone. Like many of you here, I used AI this week. I used it to summarize documents, I used it to do some research, I even used it to help me do assignments recently. And I've also used it for this preparation. But this behavior across millions of consumers and thousands of organizations is what we are here to discuss today. The panelists here sit in various points in the AI value chain and they are here to answer this one question. Are we putting too much trust in AI or are we putting too little trust in it? A quick note on the format. I'll start with a general question for all the panelists, post which I'll open the question to the audience, and then we can come back to more individual questions. So moving on to the first question. Consumers and regular people seem to over-trust AI, and organizations seem to under-trust it. Organizations put a human at every AI decision stage to verify these outputs. Which side of these scenarios do you think is the more dangerous one, and how do you think we should calibrate that?
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. Difficult question, further difficult session after lunch. We'll try to remain awake, that side, this side, both. So very interesting topic. Actually, I'm overwhelmed with sitting next to two Krishna avatars here. So probably they will have a final word on it. Are we putting too much trust in AI, right? I think I would go to the fundamental of it. What is AI, right? We heard two very distinct versions since morning, and you might know this. Somebody would say that AI started almost 70 years back. Somebody would argue that it's 3 years old, right? Both statements in their own sense are true. Now, I would take the approach of it's 3 years old because it gave us an interface to interact with what was getting built over the last 70 years. People who know how to drive a two-wheeler, they start with driving a bicycle. They learn with a bicycle. And the fundamental of that bicycle driving is you have to fall. Then only you will learn how to balance it. And when you are attempting it for the first time, I don't know, in the metros these days, people don't know how to drive a bicycle. But in the early childhood days, there would be some friend who will be holding it from the behind while you are taking it. I think that's the same thing happening here. Are we putting too much trust? We are not putting too much trust in a differentiated thing, but it's a new thing. It's a new technology, so it needs to be seen with caution. We need to be cautious. Do we put everything into it? There is a lot of noise around this technology, a lot of euphoria, there is a lot of FOMO. We heard FOMO a lot earlier in the day. Yes, it's promising, but is it something that AI सब कुछ बदल देगा, AI सब कुछ कर लेगा? So probably there is a lot of question mark onto it. It may have a potential, but we are yet to realize it, right? So from that point of view, the AI needs to be seen, is my view. The other part is you talked about enterprises, right? See, it's a delicate balance when you see something happening in a retail consumer space and bringing it to the enterprise scenario for two simple reasons. One is, in an individual retail consumer scenario, the risks are very low. The risks are personified. If I am using a particular software or technology, any application for that matter, my risks are limited. Those are attributed to me as an individual. When an enterprise uses it, that goes up multifold. It's not the same, right? From that point of view, enterprises need to be more cautious in terms of doing it. So does it mean that enterprises don't apply it? Answer is no. You find where it fits, where it makes sense. In enterprise space, if somebody feels that, we heard some examples earlier in the day where somebody said that, okay, we shut off one particular function. Will it work is really the question. It depends on the nature of business you are into. It depends on to the kind of activities which you do, what kind of business processes you have, what kind of scenarios you are working into it, and then hence it's applicable. You talked about summarization. Summarization may be one of the use cases for many of the functions in an enterprise. So those needs to be applied there. Does it bring you the tactical differentiation? No, it may get you productivity benefits, it may get you certain level of efficiencies, but the game-changing AI is yet to come. It's there is a potential, there is, in general with my fellow panelists and other industry leaders who I would say that we are yet to see that in action. So, is there a reliance? I would say there is a lot of expectation. If there is a smart child in home, parents normally tend to have a lot of expectations from the kid. Time tells whether the kid does very exceptionally well in the academics or sports or what other areas. So I think we are in that stage. I would like to treat AI as a 3-year toddler and see how it goes. So to that extent, I would put some sense in terms of putting a lot of expectations but be realistic.
Let me pick up from where Amol left it. So I think, pardon my French, I think AI is the most sexy term that's being used by everybody. And as I said about FOMO, if I ask any of you, are you using AI, I'm sure everybody will lift their hand. And for the aspect, for the feeling that you don't want to feel left out from that aspect. It's an overall trend that's happening. I think what we need to do is, before I come into the aspect of AI, let's talk about trust. What does trust really mean to you? Take out all aspects of technology, digital and everything, go back to the fundamental aspect of a business. What does a business do? A business promises to provide a service to somebody, and they promise to provide a particular level of quality to them, and they promise to deliver it when it is sought. That means the customer is paying for something, and of course in Google's case you're not paying for Gmail and other things, so I'll leave them out for that aspect. But otherwise, traditional aspect is that you are paying for something and they are delivering a service. So one when you look at it, trust is, many times when you talk about trust, people think it is all about security and privacy. Right? I don't think it's that. It's about building that particular trusted relationship between the person who's providing it and the person who's consuming it, and making sure that the service is expected. And let me decrypt that for you so that it comes on, but as Amol said, it's afternoon, so let me bring it down. So for example, if you're looking at Uber as a service, yeah, nothing that I say is negative about any company or positive about any company, but let's say Uber as a service. You were going for an interview in Gurgaon and you had to reach a particular location. Uber did not deliver the first cab, did not deliver the second cab, the third cab, kept cancelling. After that, what happens is your trust on Uber as a service provider sort of diminishes. Next time you're possibly using Ola or somebody else. So that was the first point of the service. Second, the cab came and it was primarily very dirty. So the quality of service that they were providing. Third, the cab driver did not know the directions and all things, so he was using his Google Maps, right? He was using that. So that is what it was. So I think that part of the service delivery is the first part of the trust. Second element is the part of you making the payment. You made a payment, they promised you that they will primarily charge you X amount. But when you suddenly looked at it, all of a sudden there was a surcharge that they are basically charging. The transparency which they are communicating their particular service and what they charge. Third is when you did the transaction, there was a fraud in the transaction or something happened in terms of the transaction. That is where security fails. Next element is your data that went to the company was misused by somebody else. So all of these essentially were sort of working against your trust in that particular company. It's something similar to if you had two friends here and who were saying that I will do something for you, and when you really asked them to do it, they did not do it, something that way, right? So I think that's the way you have to look at it between a company and consumer. So the trust, when you look at it, has to be delivered. Last element is when you really try to trust the app, it was not available. What happened? Reliability. So now, for example, the resilience of the infrastructure. So I took one word and added so many different parameters, right, in terms of building that particular trust. Now coming to AI, I wouldn't treat it as AI. I would just basically say any technology has to provide that particular promise of what it can basically deliver. AI is another emerging technology. So whether it is digital technology or whether it's AI and other things, when you put your particular trust in that that the technology will deliver that particular service to you, then you have to expect it. How many of you are aware of what happened when there was a downtime because of CrowdStrike? How many of you have even heard of CrowdStrike? Right? And all of you realize that there was a downtime because of CrowdStrike, right? Things like that happen in technology. What happened is worldwide there was service outage, airlines, lot of outage that was there. Right? In that particular case, when you were expecting certain things to happen, they did not happen from a technology. Similarly, when you look at AI, there are a variety of challenges that you look at, and I think, I'm not saying do not use AI, I'm saying do not outsource your thinking to AI. That is important. If you're outsourcing your thinking to AI, then you have lost the plot. If the thought is yours and AI is primarily giving you some feedback and then you're relying on looking at it and refining it, then you're possibly using AI much better. That means what you're doing is you're complementing your intelligence with AI and sort of accelerating certain things like Amol said, productivity, speed of how you can execute and all of those. And that is what will essentially differentiate you from that aspect. That's when you say trust in AI, it's not about any technology that you look at. You can't blindly trust it. There are certain guardrails that you need to put. And same way from an AI perspective, as it evolves, there are a lot of things that need to be put in place from guardrails perspective, from a check and balance, before it can become what you call that kind of a reliable technology that everybody can use and trust. Not that you can't trust AI right now, you can. But then for a lot of use cases, I think the morning panel was talking about Barclays and where they talked about that they don't want to do loan approvals and all things using AI, right? They're doing everything else, but they don't want to do the loan approvals or loan decline from AI. Why? Because they've still not built that particular data sets in making sure AI can perform the way it needs to perform. But at the end of it, a loan officer still needs to review and approve. And that is where I think when you look at trust in AI, it's a big word, but at the same time, it is each one of you to primarily think about it and see how you want to apply it in your life as you take it forward.
Okay, thanks, Amol. So I am playing this Lago batsman here because they both have covered and I've left with only so much. So that's what I was just thinking in my mind, what should I talk? Okay, so in Dhoni's place and then let me try to play that, right? Let's see if I'm able to justify. So the way I look at this, I would say, because you asked about whether it is in the consumer side and the enterprise side, since both of them cover about the context, let me put it like as a consumer, I would say it's more risk averse. Because of any shiny toy, we will always get attracted to, right? So that is one perspective, and I can also share an industry perspective about how did I go about solving two different problems, and then where I felt like the consumer side is the caveat where we have to be mindful, but then as builders also how can we be more mindful when we are trying to build for consumers, right? Okay, to answer to your question, it is the consumer side where the challenges are there, and then we are getting attracted easily towards, and also Sri did use about the FOMO, right? I don't want us to be getting disturbed by the FOMO. Somebody else is doing, let me also do that, right? This is one. And generally I use this, but one analogy in almost all my AI-related presentations, how do we teach a kid what is a carrot and a rabbit? Any guesses? Generally, how do we do? Okay, imagine only carrot is there. Then what do we do? And you have a, let's say, like a 10 months, 1 year kind of a kid. How do we teach that?
Through basics and sense of taste, or maybe you can sensitize them giving the actual carrot.
Okay, so yeah, you are right, but let me check, double click some of these, right? I'm going into little bit of the behind the scenes of AI.
So generally, that's exactly what is happening in AI as well. So what happens is we show the object first. If you look at it, this is one dimension to what we are. Whether we are talking about taste, a 10-month-old may not be able to recognize the taste, but he or she will be able to recognize the object, right? Whereas when you show the radish next, let's assume that 1 week we have been like teaching the kid and trying to make the kid understand, then when you show the radish, what would be the reaction? Any guesses?
White carrot.
Okay, which means that we have also taught the kid what is white, right? And also we have taught like this is a shape. So basically it has gone based on the shape, right? So this one analogy, but then what if you don't teach? What happens? Right? So this is the, generally I would go to this kind of basics before we try to adapt anything. Then do I have my basics right? Right? I can double click this again in the context of software engineering. I'm sure the same is applicable in the management as well. Somebody who is not good in data system algorithm, somebody who is not good in system design, they may not be able to build the right AI for the world, right? So which means if the system design is not right, the guardrails won't be there. So generally in AI, I'm sure if you are using any of the AI from the console, I can talk about Gemini, right? So generally what happens is there are 3 parameters using which you will be playing with it. What are those? You would control what do you mean by temperature and what is my top K. I'm sure top K, you all are aware of what is top K, right, in the industry. Like when you have a bunch of apples like a heap, you have to pick the top 3, right? So that is the top K. And then what is my top P? So generally, these are the levers as individuals we have when we deal with this, right? Again, I'm going back to carrot, radish, and then look at this analogy, right? So what happens is, yes, the AI models are there, and those are meant for good things, right? So basically, the industry is getting into a paradigm shift, which we should look at it in the right sense, and then use it with that understanding. It may go wrong, then what do I need to do to make sure that I'm not doing the wrong thing, right? Whereas in the enterprise context, all of these guardrails are in place. This is where I was talking about, I can talk about 2 different scenarios. I built AI systems for 2 different industries. It was 18 months back, built a system, designed and built a system for the healthcare side. Somebody who is into the medical transcription. They are the #1 provider globally, and they wanted to work with us, and then they just called me. They said like, this is my problem statement. So, somebody was talking in the morning session where the medical field is undergoing a transformation, where the doctors, what they used to write the prescription, now it is all becoming digital. This is the problem that they were trying to solve. How do you solve that for a one-to-one? Meaning a doctor is, or a patient is getting consulted by the doctor, and the doctor is trying to diagnose and help them, right? This is one-to-one scenario. The surgical scenarios or multiple parties are involved in the second scenario. If you look at both of these contexts, right? If I want AI to be, probably I'm double clicking into his statement, now I could recall. So in the prescription side, if you expect AI to be 100% right, meaning, let's say that Enam, since my mother uses, I can just use this, Enam 2.5, if the system understands as like, let's say 3.5, it's not right. It will be catastrophic, right? The adverse effect. So this is one context where we measure something called word error rate, WER, in the transcription industry. So all the guardrails need to be there in place. And also as an enterprise system, I am aware what is acceptable for me. Meaning, I know that my objective is very clear if I am going to use. I know that I am trying to build an applied AI system. Then I know what is acceptable for me. What is acceptable? The word error rate, right? It should be less than 2%. Which means that I have the guardrails. Whereas if you look at like us as an individual, let's say Hari is trying to build, let's say, a proposal in a contextual scenario, and then in a FMCG or retail kind of e-commerce scenario, you are trying to build a promo code. Let's just assume, and then you are trying to write a prompt. You are the expert for this, and then you want to come up with the right campaign and the right promo code. Assume a scenario that AI is trained with 50 number, 50 a lot, right? And then you are trying to talk to AI, what is set as 15, it understood as 50. Your promo code is like festive 15, that's what you wanted to give, but then it came up with as 50. Imagine the catastrophic effect, right? So that is where the fine balance as individuals, what do I need to do so that AI is kind of elevating my understanding as well as my outcome to the next level, but I'm not misusing it. So in that way, to summarize, the consumer side is where I feel like we all as individuals need to evolve, and we need to have that understanding first used in the right way. Hope I answered.
I think what I understand from that is using AI is depends on the use case and the intent behind it. I think if that is something that you are clear with, I think we'll be able to engage with the output more. I think you guys had some wonderful analysis. And one thing I'd like to stress upon is the sentence that Mr. Parthasarathi gave. Don't outsource your thinking to AI, outsource the work. I think that is something we all need to take to heart. At this point, I'd like to open the questions to the audience. We'll be taking a couple of questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is to everyone in the panel. So as leaders, how do we actually measure the ROI of AI implementation beyond trust? Do we actually measure the productivity, adoption, and business impact as well?
See, ROI is a very, very important aspect no matter what you do, AI or not AI. Right? Whether it's an enterprise space or even if it's in a retail space. See, I'll go back to the basics of the question what you are asking is something to do with basics. You are using a set of technology or any solution for what purpose? Right? What is the purpose behind it? It's not for the sake of doing it. If you have a defined purpose, then you know what are the KPIs which are governing that purpose. Right? So if it is top line, bottom line, efficiencies, even brand management, communication, customer engagement, there can be a number of KPIs which are there. Now, is your solution addressing to that is a very important question. There is also an aspect of when there is so much of euphoria around something new, right? We talked about the shining toys, it's all like that only. There are two important aspects, especially in an enterprise space, is that feasibility. What you are trying to do, is it a feasible and viable option, right? Does that problem needs that level of complex solutioning, so to say, right? That's one aspect of it. Second aspect of it is that even if it is feasible, should we do it? It's a very important question because what are the implications of doing it, right? Today, as we are seeing in last few weeks, there was a lot of enthusiasm before that in terms of agentic AI and companies trying to automate everything, and suddenly it has come to a halt or a pause, or people have become cautious, right? All three buckets you can see. The reason is because there is a token problem. You don't know how much money is going to get spent, and most of us have seen those memes that people started with high level of automation and then come to a conclusion that developer is cheaper. Right? Those kind of scenarios happen, right? So that's where the mindfulness is important, that even if it's feasible, do we need it? And if you are clear of these things, you also need to be mindful of other important aspect is people capability, because nothing operates in isolation. It will be always be a part of process and people. So whether your processes are sustainable to accept that as a new thing, and second is, are your people capable, knowledgeable, even trained enough to use these kind of solutions? So I think this part needs to happen at all these levels before you decide what is an ROI. And typically there would be a stage gate mechanism which is there, and that should be there at every stage of ideation. Right? What am I doing? What are the risks? What you have done? Typically, people who have come from the product development background, they would know there is a stage gate process. Right? Those basic principles apply in these scenarios as well. So you need to look at these aspects when you decide what is your ROI. And if you do these checks and you are clear about your purpose and corresponding KPIs, you will definitely get the results.
Let you go next so that you don't feel that you're always last.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so in fact, a couple of weeks back, there was an ASCAM session. So they did ask me to talk about unit economics in AI. Right, so even before we look at the ROI, this is only applicable to the enterprise side. Right? So because as individuals, I know if I'm spending $20 per month and if I don't get the value, I might be able to stop. But then if I take that as an objective or as an OKR, and I'm kind of 2 months into the path, then how do we call the dog is a tricky scenario, right? So basically what happens is, even before look at the ROI, as an enterprise, I need to understand the unit economics of what I'm trying to do. So I would say in the last 1 or 2 months, a lot of discussions happening. Yes, you're right. But then, so like when we are discussing about the solution or we're discussing about the product requirement, we are also looking at, right, in the applied AI side, not in the builder side, right? So what would be acceptable for me as the accuracy, and then what is acceptable for me in terms of latency, what is acceptable in terms of reliability, availability, what you were referring to, right? So it is a function of these elements where I would get to choose the frontier model which would serve, right? Say for example, I'm sure you all would have heard about there is a 7 billion model, there is a 70 billion model, right? There is a FOSS, there is PRO, some of these terms you would have heard about it, right? So for what you are trying to solve, am I okay to solve it using a FOSS or a 7 billion or a lighter model, right? And how would that translate into for my, let's say, the cost as well as my latency availability kind of requirement. This is the first aspect as part of the, I mean, imagine, I'm just playing all of you as the product managers, right? This is something which we need to ask the product manager or owner when I'm trying to do some AIification or I'm trying to transform a native system to an AI. Once I understand this unit economics, the rest everything will fall in place. Then, as the next question, it will be buy versus build. Then how deeper I can go. Right? So it's a combination of these which would help us to understand the ROI. But the unit economics is a very important one before getting into ROI.
How many of you have played the game of civilization? Okay. So if you take your company and think about how you're really starting to build your company. Let's say you're an AI native company, that means you're starting off right and this kind of thing, and you want to disrupt the model, and you want to disrupt some other industry which is a leader in that particular industry. Your way and thought process would be very different. Whereas if you're an established leader and where you already have a lot of things in place and where you're looking at it, you're going to think about it very carefully in terms of how you want to do it. And why I asked you about civilization is, what does civilization do? It primarily gives you resources and what you can primarily use from those particular resources. So I think what you as an organization have to look at, for example, let's say you're doing here in India. You go to a lot of manufacturing companies and say, hey, why don't you automate? They are looking at it between capex and opex, right? That is what they are primarily looking at, because the labor arbitrage is not that significant for them. So for them to put 10 workers compared to automation, it's much easier than actually doing the capital expense. So that is one part of it. Second element is you're thinking about what are the things that are available to me, and from a longer term perspective, what is going to be my cost impact. Today, I'm sure most of the global AI companies want to get you hooked into AI so that you lay off all your workers and you basically take AI, and then after that it's what? It's somebody like who built that zoo and then he said, I'm going to charge you 10,000 rupees, nobody came. Then he said, I'm going to charge you 5,000, nobody came. 2,000, nobody came. Then he said, free, right? Everybody rushed into it. Then what did he do? He closed the gates and released the line, and he said exit fee is 20,000 rupees. Yeah. So I think you have to think about your business from a future-proofing perspective and think about it in terms of the cost implications that you are primarily looking at. and what resources that you have available, and are you optimizing that very effectively. And it is not always ROI. It may be competitiveness. Yeah, that means you're saying, if I need to disrupt this, I have no option but to do it with AI, right? In other cases, you're saying, I have other resources, so I'm going to balance it out. So you have to think about it. Let's take the example of non-business areas like risk. In the age of risk, and when we are applying AI, we don't talk about return on investment. We are looking at effectiveness of investment. That means you're saying, how many risks are you taking care of? How many cyber security issues? How many threats are you primarily managing? So you're looking at it very, very differently depending on the function that you're operating from. And as Amol said, it's the parameters and all things that you need to apply. What KPIs, what KCIs is a key compliance indicator, or what are the KRIs that you're applying to that, and how you really manage. And do you as a company, as you scale and as you roll out your particular product or service, can you actually manage that effectively? So, which is where I think there are other things like cost and other things that happen. Today, if you look at the global data centers, all of them are already struggling for power. Yeah? Power is one of the biggest reasons. They're looking at power, they're looking at cooling. Companies are already talking about data centers in Himalayas or in high altitude areas, so that cooling is the thing. And Elon Musk has already talked about putting data centers in space. Why did he say that? Unlimited solar and vacuum, right? So that's what it is. But are we still at a consumerism perspective when it comes to AI in terms of tokens and all of that? So that it is, once you start using, I don't know how many of you have started using it. Once you start using it, if you don't use it effectively, it's going to burn a hole in your pocket. But if you're using it effectively, you generate that particular revenue and you're turning it around. Nothing like it. So what the companies are providing you are tools, but if you just buy it and keep it and monthly you're paying that particular fee and you're not really generating revenue out of it, it will definitely affect you. So I think you have to consider a range of factors before you jump into. And once again I say this, and Amol said this, it's not about AI, it's about any technology. Any technology that you want to basically adopt in a company, you have to think about it. Where are you going to maximize? How are you going to maximize the investment? Otherwise, it's like a Lamborghini in your garage which you can't even drive.
Actually, just would like to add one more thing, and I would give you one more KPI which you need to, I would recommend to keep in mind is not only return on investment, return on effort deployed. Right, that's a very, very critical aspect of it, that how much effort is going into such kind of initiatives or any initiative for that matter, and what is the outcome of it. Often human effort is most underestimated and undervalued resource, but that there is a lot of weightage in considering return on effort.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi. My name is Anish Chopra. I bring in about 4.5 years of experience in product management, AI, and analytics. Really great analogies by all of you. Let me structure my thought. One thing which I wanted to know is, as far as solving the role of governance goes, do you feel there's a market shaping up in terms of, since it's pretty nuanced for each industry and each firm to build those guardrails? Does that onus lie on each firm to build their own guardrails, or do you see a market shaping up where there might be more companies coming in and making governance, building SaaS around governance where you can build in rules? Or does it lie on the big players such as OpenAI or Google to, does the onus come on them to build governance on top of it? I would love to hear your thoughts on it.
I think you can never outsource governance, and you can't outsource the guardrails. You can possibly use companies, you can use tools, you can use technologies, you can use consultants, but the onus of responsibility is still with the brand. Yeah. If you're building a brand, you're generating revenue out of it, you are building it, it is your responsibility. So if I take third parties, globally financial services outsources a lot of work to third parties, right? But if there is a leakage, data leakage, and if there's a data breach, then they can't primarily say that, oh, it was primarily the third party sources who actually that's where the leakage was. it is their responsibility and their regulation and fiduciary responsibility that they need to learn to manage and maintain that third party. And if there are certain risks, they also need to report those in their annual statement in terms of what they do. So when you think about it, you can use whatever tools, technology, whether you do it manually or whatever it is, but it is the responsibility of your board, your management, and your employees to basically take care of your stakeholders and manage and maintain the guardrails very effectively.
I agree, but then I would also try to elevate a slightly higher, right? Meaning, as a product owner, you have the utmost responsibility to deliver and have the right governance in place, right? But then as an industry also, when we evolve, right, how, let's say a mobility evolved, or how, let's say an e-commerce evolved, right? This system is also evolving. So what would happen is, there are patterns, meaning what is the right enterprise pattern is something which everybody is trying to pick it up. The system would evolve, but then the system would evolve addressing the least common denominator to a great extent. But then the last mile ownership definitely lies with the product owner. Because the product owner would define the SLA and the product owner would define the non-functional requirements. It's not the black box providers. Right? So that's where it is with the product owner. But then system would evolve. Right? Come next 6 months, I'm sure there are a lot of governance frameworks would be in place.
I would give you a little different perspective on this. It's not beyond the who owns the risk. You heard the point of view on that. See, this space of AI specifically, and I'm answering in context of AI, is that piece of cake which everybody wants a share of, right? So there are hyperscalers, there are solution providers, there are technology providers like the LLMs and the other similar solutions part of it, and then there are consumers, right? The risk lies at all these levels, right? It's not at an isolation level, no matter how well a design is done. Like Janda is saying here that you take utmost care in a product design, but there are more points of failures along the way by the time you consume that into the scheme of things. So there needs to be first is an awareness towards what all can fail, and then you can have some kind of a governance layers which can address to it. It can be as basic as, do you allow people to upload something in an enterprise environment in a situation like this where you don't know what's going to happen to that data, right? Which can be result into any possible scenario, maybe low risk, high risk, medium risk, we don't know. The other aspect of it is, so governance needs to be done at that level, and to that extent, I see the whole governance framework impacting and influencing the contractual obligations between these service providers and the service consumers over a period of time. Because if I'm using a particular solution or AI or a LLM on a particular infrastructure with a particular hyperscaler, then there are certain play into it, right? Because then there is a handling part of it, there would be APIs, there would be integrations, the data flow, where does it stay, where does it process, and so on and so forth. The other part of it is from a regulation point. You asked, your question had an element for regulation, that how do we govern it. Typically regulations would start with the basic hygiene part of it. They will not get tightened unless an accident happens. You spoke about the mobility, right? Today we see so many standards coming into in automotive scenarios, or even in general in mobility as an industry, because that has evolved over a period of time. Something went wrong and then you got into it, right? The front seat belt, passenger seat belt, rear seat belt, those kind of things have evolved as things evolved into it. So same thing would happen. I think only difference is that in case of AI, that might happen faster compared to other industries or other evolutions, because it is moving at it's a very fast moving vehicle, right? So that those guardrails will probably come sooner than later.
Thank you for your answers. I think we are running short on time, so I think we can finish with just one more audience question.
So good afternoon, I'm Arun and I have over 6.5 years working at Titan as an innovation manager. So my question, what the topics we are exploring is about trust in AI, and also we've touched upon topics like governance, future proofing. So the question to panelists, but to Mr. Amol and Mr. Ganapani, I want to understand how do you manage transformation regarding ethics, regarding the trust in AI systems in established government organizations with legacy systems that are transforming. And to Mr. Parthasarathy, how do you build it up from the ground up? And how do you manage, especially in the age of AI, especially at the rapid pace of technology change, how do you manage organizational and transformational change?
Sure. Yeah, let me take that from the perspective of you are talking about when it is happening in by organization. I understood that to be in enterprises, right? So generally, what is happening? I'm sure you would have heard about. Again, I'm talking technology so that we'll be able to relate to what's happening in the industry. I'm sure you all would have heard about RAG. You all would have heard about CAG, CAG, as well as KAG, right? Does that ring a bell, or is it new to you guys? Okay. So in the context of organizations, these three play a huge role, right? In terms of, and also I'm sure another term, grounded. How many times in the last 18 months you would have heard the term grounded, right? I'm sure, like maybe every day we might get to hear, right, in the industry. So these, I would say, these four terms play a huge role when an organization is trying to do either an AIification. By AIification, what I mean by that is I have native systems, but then to Sri and Amol's point, the industry is moving at a pace where I also need to be there. It is not only about the return on investment, it is also about I need to be there in the game, right? I don't want to be left out, but at what cost, right? So to answer to some of these questions, when we are doing this AIification on AI transformation, what is AI transformation? AIification is I've been doing this 10 tasks for the last 5 years, and then my efficiency is, let's say, 75%. My efficiency, I want to raise that to, let's say, 90%. Right? That is AIification for me in the business context. What is AI transformation? I've been doing this for the last 5 years. Then my top line has never increased. With AI, will I be able to adopt this? It might be a longer cycle. I might do it for 18 months, or let's say I might do it for 6 months, 12 months, based on size of what I'm trying to solve. But then that is AI transformation. When I'm trying to do both of this, I cannot leave what I have done or what I accumulated as an IP. That is where the RAG, grounding, and then the knowledge augmented generation or cache augmented generation, these play a role. If we are able to manage these as well as the data pipeline properly, I've seen a lot of larger enterprises being successful. In India itself, there are 10 plus scenarios where we can take that offline, but then there are cases where people are successful in adopting AI. Either it is AIification or transformation, both the scenarios. But then we have to be mindful about these three: data handling, as well as the RAG, CAG, and CAG. But then I've seen the first two getting used a lot, RAG and CAG, CAG.
Thanks for sharing that. I'll just add few pointers to what we heard from Ganapani. Actually, all the points which you mentioned, how do you do it is a real question, right? Those are necessary. How do you put it into practice is the real thing, and for that matter, I think the most important aspect is the human capability. What is the kind of technological capability? What is the how well your users, your employees are equipped to handle it? That knowledge is very important, and the first step to that is awareness. First, you need to be aware, whether it is governance, whether it is even transformation. You need to know what it is. How do I use this particular technology? Where do I use it, and what kind of scenarios, what kind of benefits? Second is, in other words, the point is it's about context. What is my business context in that scenario, from a functional perspective, my industry perspective, or what it is? That is also a very, very important part, because if I understand in isolation without keeping in the context in mind, I may still be wrong. It's like a very mathematical operator, that necessary and sufficient conditions, right? I may be compliant at one end, but if I don't understand it, is there. So we, even at RPG, we have invested heavily in terms of building the AI capability for the people. Because if these are the new generation tools, you need to invest into the people so that you can get those benefits. And in my view, the important aspect here is that in the age of AI, one important paradigm shift I see happening is that it's not about being the smartest person in the room. It's more about who can ask the smartest question in the scenario when the system or the solution which is giving answer is on a probabilistic basis. AI's today's response is at the core of it. It's on the basis of probability what it is giving you the answers. Of course, you apply all those other controls which Dindapani talked about, but that is how you bring in the aspects of it. You educate people, you understand the technology well, you understand your business context, business scenarios, and then hence you get those ethical part of it. Awareness is also not only about what the technology can do, but also about what to do with technology and what not to do with technology. So those are the elements which are there, and that's what I see happening and helping the enterprises adopt it at scale and at a speed.
I will come to the startup question, but if you take enterprises, from large enterprises to small enterprises, I think some of them govern themselves perfectly because they want to basically have a gold standard. There are others who primarily govern themselves because there are rules and regulations that they need to follow, otherwise they will have a slap on the hand, right? Similar to the gates and the walls of your particular campus, where you would not want to venture outside because either you will get a 5,000 rupees fine, right? If that was not there, I'm sure many of you would have scaled the campus, right? So that's where the corporates primarily, some of the corporates operate. Even when you look at the standards and certification, it is primarily not just because of regulations and all things, that's because one of their global customers wanted them to put an ISO on the. So I think it's the question of the spirit with which what they do it and others actually implementing what they really need to do. So that is one part. Now come to startups. I've had conversations with one of the largest telecom companies here in India, right? And this was when they were becoming a large brand and they were changing from a smaller brand to a large brand. And for about 15-20 years prior to that, they operated in a particular situation where they did not have too many controls, too many checks and balances and all things. And when I spoke to the CFO, I asked him, if you were to do this again, would you do the same thing? He said, yes, I would. And I asked him the question. His fundamental answer was, I did not want to put constraint on the business, I did not want to put lose agility, and at the same time, I did not want the cost of the control to be more than the revenue that I would generate, right? But when I have a brand to protect, now all of a sudden my mindset changes, right? Now I have a brand I need to protect. So today, as I speak to a lot of, while I am myself a founder, but I also, when I speak to a lot of founders and startups, whether you take security, whether you take compliance, whether you take that, it is not that every one of them is following it from a spirit perspective. They're doing it because somebody is either asking them to do it or a customer is primarily asking them to do that. And the reason is there's only so much cash in the business and they need to optimize that part of it. So as you look at, when you start thinking about if any of you are looking at startup and all things like that, I think you would also think about it that way as to where do I spend? Do I spend it on the revenue side or do I spend it on the cost side? And how do I really balance it? But what could happen is one ransomware attack can possibly bring you down completely. So that is where I think you have to do the risk and reward ratio and you have to basically balance it. So that is where I think whether it's a large enterprise or whether it's a smaller organization, they will balance it out. And today that's why when you look at the security spend in a lot of organizations, it's still not that very significant. But if there was a major attack or a ransomware attack,
then they realize how much they have to really spend to even recover some of that, and that operations can actually get crippled. But I think that's the conscious decision that people make, and so even when, as you look at technology and as you look at AI adoption, that is what is going to happen. The larger enterprises will possibly put the guardrails much faster, and the smaller ones, if they are in a regulated industry, for example healthcare or whatever it is, then they have to put it. There's no choice. Even in banking and all things, they will have to put it. But if they are in an unregulated kind of area, they would possibly get away with murder in terms of what they primarily look at it. And it is not about that they don't want to do it. They want to do it, but they don't have the financial ability to do it, and they have to balance between the spend in terms of it.
Thank you. I think that was some very nuanced answers for that. Thank you all. I think we're almost out of time. Let me just conclude what we've discussed. We opened the session by asking whether we are putting too much trust in AI. And if there's one thing that this conversation has made clear is that this question in itself is way too simple to ask. It is something that has to be determined on a case-by-case basis, and as we've seen all day, it also depends on the sector and the use case. And I think you've also given us a lot of analogies on how to treat AI, how to view it as a tool, and also how to view the risks and how to mitigate them. I think that is all something we'll take to heart and we'll try to implement as we go into the industry. And for everyone in this room, I will leave you with this. The most valuable part, most valuable skill moving forward will not be using AI. I think everyone will be doing that. It will be how to effectively and efficiently we use it. I think our panelists here have stressed on that multiple times. Using it efficiently, and also how to specify the use case and mitigating and reducing the risk associated with the outputs. Everyone please join me in thanking our wonderful panel, Mr. Raghu Deshpande, Mr. Sri Sakasati and Mr. Bharat. Thank you all for your candor and well thought out answers. And thank you to the Conclave team for organizing this and giving me this opportunity. I'll pass it on to my friends Devika and Saima for the proceedings.
Our sincere thanks to all our panelists for such a thought-provoking session on whether we are placing too much trust on AI. And also thanks to Harishwar for moderating the discussion. Now please join me in welcoming Professor Sunil Kumar Sarangi, Associate Dean, Corporate Programs and VIM, who brings over 2 decades of corporate and academic experience from Goldman Sachs to Oracle to now leading XLRI's flagship basic leadership skills program as a program director. It is now my privilege to invite Professor Sunil Kumar Sarangi sir to felicitate our distinguished panelists on the stage.
Sir, it's Amol.
First,
Sir, please.
I now invite Sri Parth Sarathi to join us on stage. May I now request Mr. Dandapani sir to join us on stage.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you sir. Thank you, panel.
had taken a poll, and based on the results, the winning team is Team Karigar. Invite all our esteemed guests to the stage to present a token of appreciation to the winning team as well as the participants as well. I would like to request Mr. Amol Deshpande to please come to the stage. And from winning team, we have Dakshit Soni. Next, Rohit Kumar.
Now, let me invite Shimrit to please come forward. Now, let me invite Mr. Dandapani to please felicitate our team members. Let me call Unnati Chambre to please come on to the stage. Next, we have Vastav Mehta. Please come forward.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to request Mr. Hardik Sangvi to kindly join us on the stage. Next, from Team Crackers, I would like to call Kritika Gupta.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. Ishita Deen to the stage. Let me invite Anand to join us on stage.
I would just like to call all the team members. Ayush Pathak.
Ayush Pathak.
Ali Mizaz. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to request Mr. Vipin Chawla to please join us on stage. From Team ReEnvision, we have Anand, Taniman, Giri, Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Mr. Nisar Jha to please join us on stage. Nandini, please come forward. And we have Viran.
I'd now like to invite the case competition committee to share a brief overview of the activities planned as part of ReEnvision.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of PGDM General Management class of 26-27 at XLRI Jamshedpur, it is our privilege to welcome you to ReEnvision Case Competition Results 2026. My name is Ashita Sabu.
And I am Sai Kavya. Together, on behalf of the Corporate Competitions Committee, we are delighted to walk you through the story of ReEnvision, our digital transformation case competition, built around this year's theme, Human AI Synergy.
ReEnvision Case Competition began with a simple conviction that the most interesting problems in business today sit exactly where human judgment meets machine intelligence. We wanted to give students across the country a real, rigorous arena to test that idea. What you see on the slide is how that ambition translated into numbers.
We opened registrations for students across all postgraduate and graduate programs, and the response was well beyond what we've anticipated. 2,504 participants registered, forming 1,415 teams. This pool went on to attempt round 1 quiz, 20 questions, a 10-minute window to be completed in the quickest time possible.
From there, 10 teams cleared the quiz and were shortlisted for the case submission round. And from those finalists, we arrived at our 2 winning teams, who we'll celebrate in just a moment. A total prize pool of 30,000 rupees was on the line, but you'll see what participants really competed for was the quality of the problem itself.
Before we get to the winners, we would like to give you a sense of who showed up, because the caliber of the field says a great deal about the competition. This chart maps the institutional mix of our registrants. Roughly 1/3 came from IIMs and from the Blackie and other IIM network. Nearly 30% came from India's top private management schools, and the remaining from a broad base of institutions across the country.
That reach translated into real engagement. ReEnvision Case Competition earned an overall participant rating of 4 out of 5 and generating over 42,600 impressions on the Unstop platform. For a first of its kind competition by this year's committee members, that's a signal we are genuinely proud of.
And none of that engagement is possible without a strong problem at the center of it. The case and the quiz were prepared by Professor Dr. Rajiv Sharma of the Information Technology Department here at XLRI Jamshedpur, and the rigor of his questions is a large part of why this competition earned the response it did.
And now, the moment everyone has been waiting for, it is an honor to announce the winners of ReEnvision Case Competition 2026. We are expecting our top participants joining us live as well.
In the first place, with an outstanding score of 29 out of 30, Team Tanmay Karya, comprising of Saksham Mishra and Tanmay Karya, representing IIFT Kakinada. Congratulations.
And our first runner-up, with a score of 26 out of 30, Team Stalwarts, comprising of Satvik, Shagun and Shantanu from IIM Lucknow. A very well-deserved second place. Congratulations to you as well.
To both teams, and indeed to all the 10 panelists, thank you for the seriousness and creativity you brought to this challenge. You're exactly the kind of thinkers this competition was designed for.
Before we close, we would like to take a moment of gratitude because ReEnvision Case Competition was very much a team effort and one carried by people who gave far more than that was ever asked for.
Our sincere thanks to Shrishti, our sport from placement committee, whose coordination kept every moving part aligned. To our Professor Dr. Kanakaraj sir for his valuable inputs at every stage, guidance that consistently sharpened our thinking.
To Professor Dr. Rajiv Sharma sir, our deepest gratitude for the immense support and the sheer hard work you've invested in preparing and evaluating the questions with such diligence. The competition simply would not have existed in the form it did without you.
And to Ms. Haripriya ma'am, thank you for your unwavering support, for working overtime alongside us and for keeping us on our toes right through the finish line. Your commitment set the standard for the rest of us.
And finally, to the other members of the Corporate Competitions Committee, comprising of Ayush, Devika and Kuldeep, thank you for the countless hours, the late nights and the shared belief that made us ReEnvision Case Competition 2026 possible.
To our guests, thank you for being there and to share this moment with us.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Kavya and Ashita. As we come to the close of ReEnvision 5.0, our flagship digital transformation conclave, it is my privilege to place on record our sincere gratitude to everyone who made this day possible. Our deepest thanks goes to the distinguished CXOs and industry leaders who traveled from across the country to be with us today and who so generously shared their time and hard-won insights across our three-panel discussion on agentic AI, leadership in AI-first world, and trust in intelligent systems.
We would also like to express our sincere gratitude to Father George and Professor Kanakaraj for gracing this occasion, lighting the lamp, and sharing words that set a meaningful tone for today's proceedings. We would also like to thank our moderators, Hardik, Nimish, and Harishwar, for steering these conversations with such skill and preparation. A special word of thanks to the three teams who presented today at the Case Challenge and to all 118 student participants whose energy and curiosity were felt throughout the conclave.
Finally, none of this would have been possible without the effort of our organizing committee, Stuti, Morris, Abhirami, Muskan, and Utkrisht, and also Ashish Palsa, who tirelessly worked for weeks to bring ReEnvision 5.0. We would also like to thank the administrative, hospitality, and technical support staff of XLRI Jamshedpur for their invaluable assistance throughout the day. And I would also like to thank Sunil Kumar sir and sir for his constant guidance throughout the event. So we came to an end. We wish you all safe travels and hope today's conversation inspired new ideas, collaborations, and innovations.